Well, hello everyone. Welcome to Saturday morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. D&D. We are here to play the continuation of Cobbles and Irregulars, which is a spinoff of our big long D&D campaign, set in the same part of the world with some familiar faces. And actually, everyone here was an NPC in the previous campaign via NPC me. Or I think with SJ, it was just me picking a name I saw. I was like, SJ. So yeah, that's a fun little conceit. And we do have actually a new, if you haven't checked it out, we do have a new Mono Potion redemption called NPC Me that you can redeem, and then you can become an NPC in the story and probably die horribly. Maybe, who knows? But before we talk more about that, why don't we do the thing we do? Tell us, starting with SJ, a little bit about who you are and also the character that you're playing, who is for sure just a normal person and not part of a world-ending ecological disaster.
Yeah, no, for sure. So I'm SJ Sidekick. I don't stream, but I play a lot of games on here. Uh, I've recently run Spectrum Squad. That's my first time ever running a game. Possibly run some more in the future, but we'll see. I am playing Sierra Juliet, or in this campaign, she goes by Juliet. She's a like fifth generation SJ. Uh, or as she's been telling people, half paralegal, half goblin. uh, because Ducky is green, so she figured she'd just use that as her cover. And yeah, she's just totally trying to be normal, no other ulterior motives or anything. Just
Yes.
checking things out.
And for those who don't know or don't remember, what is an SJ in game?
Uh, Good question. It's like a vine creature type thing. It definitely can eat almost anything organic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a creature that was created by a wild magic barbarian being very unwise and using her powers right in the middle of a etheric eddy and animated some plants. Then those plants were special. And then they, this very unknown, dangerous creature, that particular party slash agents of chaos decided to adopt it as a pet and then began feeding it things and people. And it started evolving. And then it had babies, and then they had babies, and then they had babies, and you're one of those. By babies, I mean weird pods that hatch some new generation of stuff. But they have been getting smarter and weirder, and you're just the latest iteration. Soon you will replace all other life on the planet. Maybe. Cool. Raboyo.
I'm excited for that. I'm Riboyo. I'm playing Harlow, which is a druid wood elf. He's been hanging out in the forest forever and decided to come to town just to when the airship festival blimp came through and the magical world became a little more accessible to people. So yeah, and I just like investigating, and I'm gonna do a little bit of that today.
Yeah, yeah. You have some things to check out. And to be clear,
Yeah.
Harlow was not the NPC character. You actually had two. You were an SJ named Raboyo, and you were also Maddox, the awful 8-year-old crime lord. But we already had an SJ, and you didn't want to play an 8-year-old crime lord because she is truly, truly the worst.
I'm still a little new to D&D, so it's a little hard for me to get into the mindset of a 8-year-old crime lord. So I decided to do a spin-off of it.
Yes, and it would have been just why. Yeah, it would have been just 2 sessions of you manipulating and stealing from these people. It would have just been about Maddox shakes down everyone. The end. Which would be fun as a one shot, maybe. We'll talk about it later. Cool.
Yeah.
Yo, Duck.
Hey, I'm Duck. I'm Duck Quark all over the internet. I stream my own custom D&D setting every Wednesday night. Michael is a player. It's fun. you should come check us out. Today I'm playing Ducky, a quite clever goblin, although I think Ducky thinks he's more clever than he actually is. Big fish in a little pond sort of thing. But yeah, hope we don't all die horribly.
No. You guys aren't terrible, terrible people who make everything worse and just the most morally questionable decisions back to back. So I'm not motivated to try to torture you. Unlike a certain, I mean, I won't talk about anyone in particular, but just thinking about, like imagine a hypothetical group of adventurers who just like unleash terror everywhere they go. Yeah. And like are like, hey, maybe don't make a pact with a Fey Queen. That's a terrible thing, and it's going to change the course of like your lives and the universe. And it's like the first opportunity. Hi there, you should make a pact with me. Sure, why not? What can go wrong? Yeah, stuff like that. Sorry, Meg, but for real. Anyway, so yeah, forget about those people. They are in the background. They are here, by the way, in town, running their dance school / assassin academy for children. And being probably an effectual reeve of town and stuff like that. But they are not involved in this particular story. You guys are. Who would like, or you can tag team it or popcorn it, I don't care. Who would like to give us a little bit of a rundown of the first part of your adventure?
Sure. Ducky was taking a wonderful nap after writing some poetry.
Love poetry.
In a garden next to an inn. He was rudely woken up by strangling vines and 8-inch long thorns.
Druid duel. Unprompted druid duel. Yep.
Trying to break it up. He got the blame placed on him, which was very unfair.
Racism.
Then went to see a bugbear butcher about some paranoid delusions, which weren't actually delusions, although they were paranoid. Found out that there were tunnels underneath the town, dug by little creepy porcelain mannequins, dolls, reanimated with pieces of flesh. Killed a bunch of them. Then the two people that he just met, the two druids doing that battle, wild shaped into some animals and ran off down the tunnels, leaving him alone. So he set about cleaning up the basement, made himself some nice oolong tea, and settled in for the night. The end.
Meanwhile,
I almost got killed.
You were fine.
Thanks to the other druid. We went down the tunnels. We very masterfully tracked down where they were headed. Had to wild shape twice, though, so there was no going back. Followed the little dolls into this creepy, somewhat abandoned house. Saw some footprints of like a normal-sized person, but didn't see that person. Got attacked by the dolls. Someone's not super stealthy. And then, I got stabbed a couple times by some porcelain hands and didn't get help from someone with healing. Almost died. Luckily didn't. Saved myself. I'm amazing. And then we just killed them all. Then there was some like parts of dolls that because they were making each other with the stuff they stole. We squashed that because screw those things. Went back to town the hard way, which is actually pretty close, not a big deal. Found out the dolls might have been some orphan children or something, but not my fault they stabbed me.
Yes.
I mean, I'll punch a kid if, that kid's a jerk, so.
Yes. Yes, go back and watch towards the end, or just to remember towards the end of the main campaign, the group had gone into Ferry to solve a problem that they didn't need to solve. They'd already solved it. They just had to wait, but they went in and decided to solve it anyway. And the result is they came back from Ferry in a big show, right in a sleigh drawn by unicorns that brought like winter with it. And it was super awesome. And of course, all the orphan kids in town were very attracted to the unicorns. And it's like, oh, you do want to do something or else those kids, something might happen. It's like, no, let the kids play with the unicorns. It's fine. And then the unicorns let them take the kids with them. And you are able to identify that at least several of the dolls match the description of orphan children who were, well, I don't know if abducted is the right word. Stolen, disappeared, presumably taken back to Ferry by unicorns and whoever else was running that mess. Possibly a certain satyr who is absolutely like has everyone's best interest in mind all the time. Real team player. So cool. Well, it is morning. I think Ducky is awakening at your shop/abode.
Yeah.
Juliet and Harlow are awakening in their small, cramped quarters, but clean. And the roof doesn't leak too much at the Happy Hearth, where you have exchanged just general kind of handyman services and stuff for room and board, and have become sort of unofficial investigators for Cobbles and Plank Investigative Agency. Well, what happens now?
Just time.
It's time to get some grub.
Yes. What is everyone's passive perception? Well, but between Juliet and Harlow, what are your passive perceptions?
Mine's 15.
Okay.
9.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, that's can't
Wait,
be 9.
15.
Okay.
15.
Okay, cool. Just out of curiosity. Oh, yeah, never mind.
I would also say if there were any leaks like in my room or whatever, I probably would have used mending to make sure the ceiling is...
Yeah, so instead of a little leak in the corner, you've mended that hole, and now it's like there's a whole spreading spot of damp. Unless you want to climb up to the roof and mend the source of the hole.
Yeah, maybe after breakfast.
Okay. So, noticing nothing, Juliet and Harlow go downstairs for breakfast, which consists of slop destined for the pigs for Juliet, because Juliet will eat anything. And like super ultra, like, is there gluten in this? Kind of situation. Is this processed flour? Yeah, I'd love a cupcake, but can I have it made with chia and no sugar? And I'm off soy this week, because you're definitely a diva when it comes to your food. So some random assortment of garnishes and probably some of the decor that is edible for Harlow, and just a random selection of bits for Juliet. What is Ducky doing? Tea and crumpets.
Well, yeah, yes, of course. The standard morning routine. Wake up, make sure that my my jacket and little tweed coat is nicely cleaned. I have like a machine that like perfectly starches it. It's one of the first things that Ducky like looked into making. Make sure the shoes are all neatly laced and tied. And then I head to the basement. I have a feeling that today is going to be a bit more adventurous, so I am preparing as such. Making sure that all my necessary tools are in a nice little sack. What is it called? Not a mail bag.
Like a doctor's bag?
Doctor's bag, yeah. Including a, I go over to where the homunculus was. I say to it, "You're going to have to go to sleep for a little bit. You'll be back soon." I poke it on like a off switch, and it just crumples apart, leaving a piece of amber that I pick up, put it back into a drawer, and then go to work fashioning a 8-inch long needle. One of my other infusions. Replicating a spell-wrought tattoo needle.
Oh, okay. Are you going to tat yourself up?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And what's the effect of this particular tattoo?
It is the level 1 spell, Silvery Barbs.
Oh, cool. That's a good one. What is the...
It's just a one-use thing.
What is... Now... And I can roll differently, but just for elucidation of those, it's a relatively new spell.
Yep.
So the action to cast the spell is a reaction, but what is the action to use the tattoo?
You apply it, and then you gain access to the spell.
So it does not. We can. I was going to say this anyway, but just to be clear, some items that replicate spell effects, there's a challenge when you put a reaction spell in it because it takes an action to actually activate the item.
Yeah.
And I think absent specific language, a different DM might rule it's effectively activating an item, which is always an action unless specifically stated otherwise. Which is just a way of screwing people out of stuff they want to do, which I don't care about. But just because we've got new people, action economy in 5e is so much simpler than in previous editions. However, it's still also way more complex than like a lot of the games that we play, where there's not even an issue. They're just like, yeah, do whatever you want. We'll stop with one person when it gets to be too much. So it's always good to learn a few things. And also a good opportunity for me to say, this is not a learn to play. We will make mistakes. And we'll just make calls that are different than someone else will make. Totally fine.
It says,
yes,
to use the tattoo, you must hold the needle against your skin and speak the command word. The needle then turns into ink that becomes the tattoo, which appears on the skin in whatever design you like.
Yes.
Once the tattoo is there, you can cast its spell, requiring no material components.
Lovely. Perfect. So you have a big F the Popo right here on your neck. Because that's for sure what Ducky would do. Or
Popo standing for porcelain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or you probably have, or more like actuary life or something like that. Or like something on the knuckles. I'm not clever enough to think of two things that were.
I think it
Cash
says
life
that for like the common infusion, like which is like cantrips and first levels.
Yeah.
It's like a hand or a foot or like a quarter of an arm. So like it would be knuckle tattoos.
Knuckle tattoos. Awesome. It's just like nope. Which is kind of what
paralegal isn't for.
Yeah. But nope is perfect for this particular one. So cool. Silvery Barbs is a very, very cool spell. People think it's OP. It's not. It's fine. Cool. So yes, everyone is set. What is Ducky doing after you tat yourself up?
Well, by that point, it might be closer to tea time. So I pour myself another cup.
Yes.
And then head out. Just to see if there's been any updates in town. Probably head back to the tavern.
Happy Heart.
Yeah. Happy Heart.
Cool. So Ducky walks in looking very, very dapper, of course. I'm going to say little brocade waistcoat, Little Lord Fauntleroy. Do you wear short pants?
Is it like overly warm out?
No.
Then no, I would have full length trousers.
Okay, cool. So like way overdressed, but still. So you notice a dapper goblin step in. What happens?
I'll obviously wave our friend down.
Okay.
Hey,
Over here.
run over. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
What are we doing today?
Juliet's super enthusiastic about being friends with Ducky. And Ducky feels for sure exactly the same way.
Yes.
He's my paralegal from another... There's no good rhyme for that, but
Yeah.
I was hoping you would tell me, were there any loose ends that you might want to follow up on that you discovered last night?
I'll look at my clothes looking for like loose threads. Like, no.
Harlow.
Yes.
You.
Well, first off, Juliet, what are you?
Alive, no thanks to you.
Aside from that, what are you? You were using something last night that I haven't seen before.
Skill?
No. Very funny. You were using a spell that I've never seen before. At least I think
Sure,
it was
there's a lot of spells you haven't seen before.
But it was a plant spell, and I know most of those.
Do you though? I mean, I didn't see you use a lot of spells that could have been helpful, but
I forget what the spell was that.
Oh, it wasn't even a spell. She just erupted in
like
vines and tendrils and ripped a doll into pieces.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone do something where vines just come out of them like that. What was that?
vines coming out of me. I'm just a really good druid. Macadamia.
Oh, but also we still have the house. Like, we didn't burn it down or anything. So we should probably go back and check it over.
I would appreciate checking it over myself as well.
Cool. And if you'll recall, there was also discussion of checking around to see, because there were more dolls, or there were dolls that you were not able to associate to orphans and that disappeared. And as far as you could tell, there were likely more dolls than there were orphans that disappeared. So there was some discussion about perhaps checking to see if there were additional children missing. And stuff. And like, how long have they been stealing things to make more dolls? And is there another nest of them? Who knows? So just to get it caught up. So what happens now?
I think Ducky would lead them back to his house, and he would go into the basement, unlock all those combination locks, and then go over to the set of armor against hanging up on a nice thing and don it. The like overlapping plates of this heavy armor continually let out like little wisps of steam, and you can hear the movement of it is assisted by some sort of steam power combined with like magic.
Yes. So you're Iron Man now.
Duck.
Yeah.
Okay. Why not? So you're just gonna walk through town in that?
Well, yeah, it's smoldering armor, plate armor. So yeah.
Cool.
Does he do that in front of us, or
Yeah.
does he just like?
Yeah.
Okay.
lead you to the basement and say, if there's anything else that you might want down here,
Oh, don't say that.
I would want it returned once you are done with it, but
Marco's eating it.
Well, what cool stuff that you
what's
have that
down
they
there?
could
Yeah.
use?
hammers, screwdrivers, a crowbar or two, if you think that might be helpful.
Harlow could use some more stuff, probably.
Yeah, I mean, we could throw it at him.
Needs all the help he can
Some
get.
more.
Why not? So Harley grabs a crowbar.
Yep, stuffs it in his backpack.
Okay. That works.
Also, before we leave the town, I need to grab a couple ropes and some other supplies.
Ropes?
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. There are a number of, and for context, there is a very, very large kind of mine complex, just a few days travel upriver. So there are, for a town its size, it's relatively easy to get kind of typical provisions that a traveler or a miner might need. So yeah, for sure.
Okay. So I'll just update my equipment to have a couple more ropes and
Yep, just spend
some
the
other just random supplies.
yeah, spend the gold and you're good to go. Unless we want to identify an NPC who is the shopkeep and have a 45-minute insane conversation with that person, which I'm totally down for.
Is there a verse here?
There is not a verse for us. That's a different universe. and Njörder's Neomcesides has yet to open a branch here. It's coming. It's coming. She probably has already hired someone to come and scout out real estate for her because this is about to be a trade hub with Brett. And she's super down for that. But right now she has other stuff on her plate.
Better be thankful it's a different universe, or else you two would be goblins as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
goblins
I
all
already
day.
am.
No, but you've spent some time
Okay.
with Duck and in his world. Goblinism is a disease that you catch and gross.
Yep, it's gross.
Yeah. So cool. So yes, you have some things, and you are geared up for spelunking or whatever, and then you do what?
Lead me to the place that you discovered. I think that would be a good place to start.
Okay, we'll take him back
Unless-
to that abandoned house. It's not far.
Unless you have other ideas. No?
Sounds
Okay then.
good to me.
So a lovely little walk. It is a sunny day, in town, where you have shadow provided by the buildings, and you've got the wind kind of being channeled through streets. It's very, very pleasant. As soon as you get out into the plains and hills, it's a little warmer than is strictly comfortable. But it's not hot by any means. It's just like you can really feel the sun beating down upon you, which I'm sure Juliet finds like really wonderful. Probably the slight greenish tint to her skin darkens a bit in the presence of full sunlight. Harlow, probably you spend most of your time in deep forest, so maybe it's a little bit weird to be out in the open in the sun. But regardless, you make your way about 15 minutes or so to a little copse of trees, and up close, you can see through the trees. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of fencing here, and it's clear that this was at one time, like maybe it was a very prosperous farmhouse that had some fruit trees and stuff, and just ornamental stuff, windbreak around it that just over the years has grown out. Since the village has been kind of contracting a bit for decades at least. But from town, you would never know. You would just think it's just a random copse of trees. And reasonably quickly, you make your way through the underbrush to the front steps of this house. It's like a 2.5 story. Still reasonably intact home of human design.
As we approach, does it seem like anyone's inside?
Make a very difficult perception check unless someone just happens to be looking out the window.
I was just gonna have Harlow go first.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if we actually closed the door before we left. So
I don't think you did.
So 16.
Looking around, you don't see any obvious signs of habitation.
Okay. Is the door still open?
Yeah. It's just kind of ajar. You don't know whether it's precisely the same amount ajar that it was when they left it, but then again, the wind blows. It could have.
Yeah. Old houses get drafty.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And you can see kind of up above that, an area of shingles has likely a tree branch fell down on it and scraped some shingles off.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it doesn't look like, even with that perception, it doesn't look like anyone's really been here. Okay. Even though that they didn't leave a lot of, at least externally, didn't leave any super obvious evidence of their passage. So it looks like it's just been sitting here forever.
There's not a note on the door that says, "Hey, sorry we missed you." No, okay.
Yeah, we moved here. Please forward all of our mail.
Mm-hmm.
And just in case you're curious about our dastardly plan, here are the bullet point lists. Nope. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Okay.
It was there, but it blew away.
Well,
so I'm gonna go up to the door and just knock, push it open a little more. Say, anyone home?
You probably hear some scampering.
Guys,
wrestling.
I think I heard some scampering.
We all hear it, or just Harlow?
Well, I'm gonna say Harlow stepped forward, started knocking the door, and has actually crossed the threshold, so is probably in the best position to hear it, and also has a very high passive perception. So,
gotcha.
You hear some rustling in the darkness.
I think there's still some stuff in here. Pulls out his quarterstaff.
Well, go on then.
Yeah, take care of it.
Get in there, bro.
Okay, so he steps in.
Oh, they're cooned.
Looks around a little bit. Probably have to roll for that.
Yeah, I think because I know what your passive is. Why don't you go ahead and it is only dim light in here, which means there's no penalty, but still, I'm going to say a 15 isn't going to catch it. So go ahead and make an active perception check, or you may investigate instead if you would like.
No, I'll do perception. So 12 plus 5 is 15, 17.
Cool. You see on the ground floor, kind of in a little cubby underneath the stairs that you recall go up to the second floor and then kind of switch back and go up into the kind of half floor attic. You see movement in the darkness. It's very, very dim. It's hard to make out exactly what it is. Okay. Some sort of huddled form.
So tempted to just close the door behind him.
Close it, lock it, walk away.
Well, that's one problem solved.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk closer to it with my quarterstaff, pointed at it.
Oh, so you're
see something?
So you're menacing. I like it. Cool.
Well, yeah. Last time we were here, it was dolls. So.
Does an 18 hit you?
Does an 18 hit me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So you menacingly advance towards the corner with the tip of your stick out, kind of poking. A raccoon leaps from the shadows, kind of clambers its way up your staff, right up to your arms, and then starts and attacks. It does. We'll see. 1 point of damage.
Okay.
And then leaps off. You may make an opportunity attack if you would like, but it looks like it's and then runs away. Okay, so you stumble back, and then you guys see a raccoon running out or chittering, which I can't do, angrily, kind of fast waddle its way out the front door, and then go underneath the porch.
And I try
And then
to
you see its eyes looking. You went to blast it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Poor raccoon.
You can certainly attempt to murder an innocent forest dweller.
You know what probably happens is I hear Harlow exclaim or something inside the house as he's getting savaged, and then I see movement rush out of the door, and I try to shoot it, but with a 9, pretty sure I miss.
Yeah.
So it just this blast of lightning just goes wide.
Well, it goes wide. It blasts into the side of the house.
Yeah.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
How much damage would it have done if it hit this poor raccoon?
8.
Okay, that's definitely enough to blast a hole in the wall.
Okay.
So massive crack of lightning that probably, I mean, it's a 60-foot line?
It is, it's a normal range of 90 feet and a long range of 300. So it's like a single crack. It's not like a ray or a line.
Got it. So it's not like a lightning bolt. Okay, it's just like okay, good. Well, then it doesn't accidentally intersect Harlow. But Harlow has backed away as this thing savaged you. So then right behind you, your hair stands on end, and you get the pricklies, and then the wall behind you sizzles and cracks, and there's a bit of an explosion. You are peppered with like dry rotted interior lath and plaster and exterior shingles as the wall behind you disintegrates, and there's a powerful smell of ozone.
I thought you could use a little bit more light in there.
It was just a raccoon.
Yes. Give me a Constitution saving throw, Harlow.
For rabies?
For rabies.
Let's see.
12? Sure. Maybe. Don't know.
Yeah, 12.
You suddenly the thought of water fills you with fear. No, it's not true. I don't know. It's more just to see if you're going to get it. It's going to get infected because raccoons are not known for washing their hands. That's actually not true. They do wash their hands. Yeah. But there's no stream nearby, so this one hasn't had a chance to wash its hands in a couple of days. But you're fine. You have a very artful scratch that you can now tell people was like a war wound, and then you just have to rely on your friends not to tell everyone that you were savaged by a raccoon. What do you do?
I think I'm gonna put my quarterstaff away. I'm half tempted to just chase after the raccoon to say I'm sorry in animal speak.
You certainly can. Nothing stops that from happening.
Do you see anything else in there?
I mean, now half the wall is missing, and as you're standing there, you can see above you the porch roof kind of sag because some of its support has been removed. So yeah, you have a clear view once the dust settles.
So I don't think this place will pass inspection, but it looks. I don't see any other problems.
That should not have missed. I might need to recalibrate this thing a little. Hit it a couple times with a spanner.
Just chang. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So now what happens?
Go inside. Look around. I remember them saying about tracks, so I try to look for them. Maybe see what those tracks were focused on while they were in here.
Yes. You know that they spotted them in the basement, so you go down into the basement. You check, and you can see that there are not a lot, just a few kind of back and forth tracks of it's hard to tell, medium-sized creature wearing shoes, boots. It's much easier to see on the floor of the basement because it's mostly just like packed earth and a few stones and like thick layer of dust. And very, very obvious on the kind of the lower steps going up to the main floor. It's a little bit less obvious once you get into the house proper. You can tell that that there has been some degree of traffic up and down the stairs, but picking out you can roll survival if you like, but I would just say your impression is, stairs,
Okay.
footsteps going up and down, like maybe a little bit of like walking around, but it looks like the main traffic, both for the tiny little feet and the big feet, was up and down and then out the front door.
Okay. Do the tiny feet match the size of the dolls that we've encountered?
Yeah. And they were somewhat variable. Like some of them were like significantly smaller than others, but yeah, they're tiny. Small to tiny.
Okay. Cool. Is there anything in the basement of note? And
Nope.
I ask Harlow and Sierra, does anything look different than when you were down here last?
That's it.
Nope.
No.
At least not particularly. There's maybe some fresh raccoon poop over in a corner. But other than that,
I head outside and I look at the surroundings. Is this house like alone, or are there like nearby neighbors?
it is alone. You do see a ruined, like two ruined outbuildings. One that was probably like an outhouse, that has like completely collapsed, and it's got some sort of like thorny vine growing around it, and one that was probably some sort of like shed, maybe for storage, that is half collapsed.
Okay.
Like a little sapling took root right next to the wall, and has now grown up and kind of lifted and collapsed part of that wall. The roof is badly damaged, but yeah, as you're looking around and adjusting your eyes, you can see, there were some happenings, but you don't see any like neighboring homes. This was probably like a freestanding. It was probably surrounded by fields owned by this family back in the day.
Gotcha. Well, I'm open to any ideas.
You want us to fill the hole?
What hole?
The hole in the wall. Not the one in the wall, the tunnel.
Well, I don't want a repeat of last night, so maybe you two should stay away from holes for the time being.
Wow.
Says the guy that
You want
just
to go
created
upstairs
one.
and you want to go upstairs and see like what they were doing up there?
Fight scene.
Maybe look around some of the other rooms too.
Where they were making dolls and stuff.
Yeah.
Sure, I stick with the group, by the way.
Okay.
I just wanted to go outside and get an idea of what's nearby.
Yep. Cool. So tell me where you go collectively.
I'm letting Harlow take the lead.
Okay.
Because you guys were here previously.
Yeah, I think I'll lead him up to the base or to the basement, to the attic.
Okay. Attic first. Got it.
Yep.
Yes. And you can see, obvious signs of a scuffle. And you can see like a pile. Like you can see an area where obviously there was like a pile of like butcher's cast-offs and bones or whatever. There are a few little snips of wire and random bits of metal and bolts and things that you probably recognize as coming from your shop. And you can see an area where a pile of clothing had been, used as raw materials. Based on passive perceptions, it's super obvious. There is a lot less of the bits and pieces of metal, bits and pieces of offal. Looks like maybe that pile of clothing is a little bit smaller than it was. There are no remains of dolls. Like the ones that were under construction that you stomped on, the ones that you ripped to pieces and killed.
Huh.
You're sure
Yeah.
this was the place? You're not mistaken.
Oh, are my like blood stains on the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where I got stabbed.
Well, your sap stains are on the floor.
Right, yeah.
I'm gonna do a perception check to see if there's any like new footprints or something,
Sure.
because it is still dusty up there, right?
I'm gonna
I
say it's
assist?
I'm gonna say it's probably survival because you can see them just fine. It's daytime. There's enough light in here to make it low light, which everyone has dark vision. So
Could I instead do investigation?
for sure.
Okay.
Should just set this place on fire.
So yeah, Harlow, you don't get assistance. Sorry.
Yeah, you're doing 2 separate checks. Cool.
I mean, I could assist.
Well,
Yeah,
you
so-
can't. You could. Do you?
Sure.
Okay. So Harlow roll with advantage.
Okay. So the first one was 21. 21.
Okay. And what did
My
Ducky get for?
investigation,
Yeah.
23.
Ooh, lovely. So what are you investigating, Ducky?
I'm investigating because there was like blood and sap spilled in here. I'm investigating potential like footprints into it and like tracking it elsewhere.
Yep. Cool. So what does Harlow notice? I'm just gonna say both of you. Well, we'll add it all together. I think the thing that Harlow sees very clearly is that there are areas where the prints have been obscured and or smeared. And then probably calls Ducky over, and Ducky investigates that and does a little CSI moment and deduces that someone took a sheet of cloth or an old cloak or something like that, kind of went back and forth around the attic, grabbing bits and pieces of stuff, loading that up, and then dragged it behind them, accounting for some of the smear and areas where the footprints have been obscured.
Okay.
It looks like they carried it down the stairs, so it wasn't super duper heavy, or maybe it was, and they were very strong, but it does look like they were dragging some sort of something behind them, at least while they were up here in the attic.
Well, Juliet, do you have any ideas? They obviously took their stuff and left. I don't. I'm not a druid. Maybe you two could do your nature stuff and figure out where they went.
Well, we could have talked to the raccoon if somebody didn't scare it away.
Yeah, Harlow, why would you do such a thing?
I was gonna chase after it, and then suddenly the wall disappeared.
was giving you more light.
I mean, last you saw it, it was underneath the porch.
Yeah, I could probably still go back and talk with it.
I certainly can't.
Yeah.
If it doesn't cooperate, be a good snack.
Mm.
So you're going to take
Okay,
the
so
diplomatic approach with it. Tell us or we'll eat you. I like it.
Intimidation is a skill.
It is true.
So I'll go out, talk to the raccoon.
All right, so we're going to cast Speak with Animals.
Yep.
All right. First of all, why don't you go ahead and give me an animal handling check? This is more like as you approach to see what it does.
Let's see, that's 18 plus 3, 21.
Okay. Yes. Perhaps it is confident that it can conquer you if need be, given the way you screamed like a little girl when it jumped on you the first time. So it doesn't run away. It just sits there, kind of staring at you with its little beady eyes. You cast your spell and...
Give me a second. I'm just making sure I actually cast it. Okay, so I'm gonna... Okay, so I'm gonna ask the raccoon, hey, did you see any other things? Well, I guess first, have you been here for long?
Do you come here often? It's like, this is going to be a very different scene than anticipated. It's just, well, actually,
to another raccoon.
It'll
give you advantage.
It's probably true. Hey, how you doing? So no. What business is it of yours? Two legs in dress.
We're just wondering if you've seen any other creatures come in and out of this place overnight.
Yes, you and your friends.
Besides me.
Oh, yes.
Did you happen to see where they went recently?
Out into the woods.
The woods, okay. Can you point me, like, which way?
Sure, and it will kind of ooch out from underneath the porch, and it will stand up, and it will kind of like wave its little hand in the general direction from whence you came.
Okay.
Yes.
Also,
Other two legs comes and goes in attic and makes little two legs and talks and strange smells and then leaves and then comes and then leaves and then comes. It's very rude.
So were they tall like me, or were they short like the guy who blew up the wall?
Well, all you two legs are tall. Taller than me. And it will stand up on all four, on its two legs and reach its arms up as high as it can. Taller than this.
Okay. Also, sorry for almost attacking you earlier.
I could have taken you. I mean, I did take you.
I figured you were another doll.
Do you have fish? Trash?
Oh, I do have some
Crusty
trash.
bread?
Yeah, I'll give him one of my rations.
Suet? Ah, excellent. Yes, you toss a ration, which is, of course, wrapped in paper. So it'll just dig into it and just savage it.
You're feeding this thing?
Of course.
Are you learning anything? Because like so far we're just hearing a bunch of growling noises.
You guys are just saying.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
Maybe it would want something. I reach down and grab a pebble or something, like a small rock, and I hit it with a hammer, a couple times, pull a hammer out of my bag, hit it a couple times, and this stench of rotten fish starts emanating from this little rock. And I set it down in front of the raccoon.
Make an animal handling.
Nat 20
Beautiful.
for a total of 21.
Beautiful. So it will go to, and then it's smart. It realizes it's a rock. So instead, it's just going to rub itself all over. It gets really excited and it kind of starts ooching around on the rock, and then it picks up the rock and just like rubs it all over itself and all over its face. It's super excited.
So I'm gonna hold up my hand and just be like, just a second, and I'll tell Ducky what I found out from the raccoon. That there's another human, or there's another two-legged beast that came from the forest in that direction, towards where we came from.
Did you get a little bit more of a description other than 2 legs?
We knew it had 2 legs already, Harlow,
I mean, it's a raccoon.
based on the footprints.
Any sort of further information would be nice.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the raccoon and be like, hey, do you have anything that you can describe this other person?
Where's dressed like you?
Dressed like me, or?
Yeah, you are a robe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Where's dressed like you?
Okay, I'll relay that.
Smells so good.
Any hair in weird places?
No hair on face, long hair on head.
Okay. Any clothing on their head?
No.
No? Okay. Any sparklies around their neck or anything like that?
No.
Oh, ask it what they smelled like.
Oh yeah. Do you have any scents that you remember from it? Like do they smell like anything?
Like people.
Like people.
So that means they're probably not a baker or a butcher or
Candlestick maker.
candlestick maker, because that requires tallow. So they have a job that doesn't have strong scents. That's information.
Yeah. Okay, so I've passed on everything that the raccoon told me. Anything else you guys want to know from him?
And raccoons see color. I've always wanted to know.
I don't know.
So yes. It's like, yeah,
Do they have a?
Of
do
course
they have
we
a
can.
concept of legalism?
Right. Can they form a contract?
Are they a paralegal?
No, unfortunately.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the raccoon about the colors to see if they can identify like colors of the dress or anything like that.
Ah. Well, let's find out.
Quickly Googling whether raccoons have rods
sure.
and cones in their eyes.
They do.
Okay.
I do.
Yeah.
Are they also like tetrachromat or?
Don't know. It will say sky color.
Blue dress or robe.
Yeah.
Not to be
Okay.
colorblind, or at least limited in the range of colors that they see.
Yeah.
See wide range of green.
And I'm assuming that they can probably see blue if they can see green. They can certainly see red, but they probably don't have a full gamut. So whatever color it looks like the sky looks like.
This is a fantasy raccoon. It can see blue.
Yeah. It's also near the.
Also, raccoons are liars, so
Mm.
it could be making it up. You never know.
So they do have a concept of legalism.
Yes. I mean, if you'd like, you can certainly do an insight check on this raccoon. Maybe it's the big bad. It could be a were raccoon.
It could be another druid masquerading
That's
as a
actually
raccoon.
the check I had you, but that's the con save I had you is for were raccoonism.
Mm.
So you have an extensive conversation with this raccoon, polling its sensitive sensory acuity, its culinary preferences, its family history. Then what? I mean, because eventually the spell is going to fail.
Yeah.
I'll ask Ducky, like, so was that good information or can I eat this thing?
There's more information than we had, which means it's good. Let's head back to town. See if anyone knows of a person with long hair and a blue robe or dress.
Yes. I'm sure people will know that. Cool. So you leave the house behind?
Mm-hmm.
Don't burn it down? Cool. So you make your way back to town. It is only after you leave the copse of wood that Harlow and Sierra... What's your passive perception, Ducky?
11.
Okay. Yeah, Harlow and Sierra catch a whiff of rotted fish.
Like the raccoon's following us, or?
You catch a whiff of rotted fish.
I
Don't catch a whiff of rotted fish.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna say that as soon as we leave the raccoon, I remove my tinkering on the rock. I let it lapse.
Okay.
But you know what?
We'll say the stink lasts for an hour. Because it's
Sure.
just prestidigitation, right?
No, it was magical tinkering
Okay.
to imbue an object with odor.
Yes. Well, the rock doesn't smell like it anymore, but I'll say that it follows the prestidigitation rules that the non-instantaneous effects last for up to an hour.
Okay.
Sure.
Can
So-
I see the raccoon if I look around?
No. Unless you make an active perception check.
Okay. Yeah, because as soon as I whiff it, I'm going to be like, what the, and look around for the raccoon.
I'll aid for advantage.
Okay.
Okay, 12 plus 5, 17, and that's not one, so 17.
No.
Okay.
Another 5 minutes pass of you trudging, catch another whiff, look around. Still don't see anything.
So do you two normally talk to animals like this? Is this a common
usually
occurrence?
Eat them.
Do animals abide by a system of rules? Do they have a moral code? Are
Well,
they
some
capable
animals
of,
are more advanced than others.
are they capable of deception?
What? No.
No, there's not an animal in this world that's capable of deception.
Yeah. Except raccoons, rats,
Foxes.
corvids, primates, dolphins.
Fascinating.
But yeah, I can talk to animals. I've actually lived among animals for quite a long time, so
So would you say that this raccoon seemed trustworthy?
I mean, enough. I wouldn't think that it would be lying to me, but it's a raccoon, so who knows?
Well then.
I wouldn't be
The question I
surprised
asked-
if it tricked Harlow.
Question I asked weren't really those kinds of things that they would just like start lying about.
Which just means that every raccoon that Harlow has ever spoken to has fooled him. Because raccoons canonically will just lie about stuff for no reason. They find it humorous.
Yeah, but then I gave him food.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
So it's
Well,
only...
I don't smell anything, so
It's true. Well, it's only once you...
Probably see us like look around for a second and be like, eh.
Yeah. It's only once you enter town and it is no longer in cover that your passive perception and also its rolls got lower. Your passive perception is enough to detect that trailing you at a reasonable distance is a raccoon.
So tempted to just use Thorn Whip and eat it. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't tell it that you weren't going to eat it, so
It's just kind of like, and then it'll kind of poke around a corner, then look its head and watch you. And then as you go further, it'll kind of scamper to the next alleyway.
This is what happens when you feed the raccoons, Harlow.
For sure.
oh, totally. But now we got a companion.
Are you making it obvious that it can see you? Or are you attempting to play it cool?
Oh no, I wasn't playing it cool. I was just like, this is what happens, Harlow.
So you point at it. Look,
Yeah.
it's right there. Cool. It will freeze. And then it will stand up and do that thing. And then kind of bumble over in your direction. And then look at Harlow expectantly.
Is that code for it sees
Yeah,
the person?
It'll do this. In Harlow's direction.
I think I need to cast
This is your pet.
tucked animals again.
Not
And be like,
mine.
what the heck are you
Sure.
doing?
Hello, this is your problem.
Definitely
yeah,
use
this
all your spell slots to talk to a raccoon.
This
Yeah,
is
I'm gonna-
taking too
I gotta
long.
cast
Yeah.
once.
My hand starts to crack with electricity.
And
That's
and it seems like the raccoon's face also is like, this is taking too long.
So I'm gonna cast it again and be like, what the heck are you doing?
More
We're
food.
done here. No more food. Give me the information.
You have
I
more.
need.
Maybe
Yes,
Gimme.
I do.
Gimme.
maybe
Gimme.
give it more food if it points out the person that has the. I don't know.
It's gonna
I-
point out a random person.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know where the person is in this town?
No.
Are they in this town?
No, I don't know.
What use are you?
Who cares? More food.
I go to Juliet. You want to eat something?
Yes. Can I eat it?
Yeah.
I'm definitely going for it.
Sure. This is a Bambi's mom moment. That's great. Hey kids, we're gonna go to commercial break while SJ murders a poor innocent forest creature.
Come back from commercial break, just licking my fingers.
Go ahead and vine whip it.
I did say that my hand was starting to crack with electricity as I charge up the lightning
Yeah.
launcher.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't mind. It's cooked.
I rolled a nat 20.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
should I
real
not do
quick.
my roll then?
Yeah, no, go ahead and do it.
Oh, okay, I got a 20. 15 plus 5 though, not a 30 20.
Okay, and you were aiming at the raccoon, Ducky?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So
Okay.
you
13 total.
you microwave it is a charcoal briquette instantaneously, and there's like a little bit of a comic book, like, and you can see the bones in the skeleton as it just, and then the vine whip reaches out and then sucks it towards Juliet, who opens her mouth much wider than one would expect, and the whole thing just gloop inside.
A nice little burp. Like, all right, what are we doing next?
Oh, I misspoke. It's actually 17 damage.
Yeah,
so I don't know if that.
It really
Changes
doesn't
anything.
matter at this point. I don't recall because I have closed the tab, but I think it has like 2 hit points.
Yeah.
So good for you. Well, you all level up because you conquered a raccoon.
Level 4. Ooh.
No, not remotely.
Aw.
Your level changes. I'm deducting 1. You gain negative experience. Yes, it has 2 hit points. So, yeah, great. Well done, everyone. Now, what do you do?
At least it's not gonna
Well,
follow us around
that's
every
what,
once now.
You hear
1 XP. So
No,
what?
yeah.
3,600 more raccoons, and we level.
Mommy,
Yeah.
mommy, they killed a kitty.
If it's following us,
Mommy, they killed a kitty. A little girl on the street is pointing at you, tears running down her face. Her mother bustles over, sees you, looks down.
Listen, a
They
kitty,
did. They
kid.
killed a kitty. Well,
It wasn't
I
a
never.
cat.
And she just takes her child away, and it's just like, ah,
Spira, are you still hungry? Because there's a
right. I'm
couple
going to
people around
report
here.
you to the authorities. You awful, awful people.
if you want help filing your report,
For hunting raccoon?
For a nominal fee, I'll help you report us.
Paralegals.
Yes. But anyway, she bustles her child off, muttering under her breath. What do you do? Your one clue is now slowly being assimilated inside Juliet.
are there guards like on the entrance to town, or is it not like that indoor?
No, not at all. It's there are guards that mostly stick around the old town center. Unless there's a reason for them to be called out. The mists still come, but there are a number of Luxifers, both the small kind of Luxifers that Dorian already had, as well as the new kind of industrial scale Luxifers that help to attenuate the mists. So there are some patrols at night, particularly when the mists are very strong, but they are mostly going from like Luxifer to Luxifer just to make sure everything's okay. Because if the Luxifer network were to fail, the mists would get quite thick and people might go insane or other bad things might happen. But other than that, it's not like people patrol town. It's a small village.
Gotcha.
And I think the constabulary force is probably like 5 people who report, well, technically to the magistrates and the council, but they are probably coordinated by Reeve of Dorian. Which means mostly it's him convincing them to proclaim him wherever he goes. So their morale is very low. They hate their boss.
Is there anyone that Ducky would think of to go to and see if they saw someone with blue robes yesterday or a blue dress?
Yeah, you know people here in town. So you could certainly inquire around.
I would do so. I don't know. The player doesn't know specifics.
And they haven't been established, so you can certainly establish them.
Not great at that.
Well, you can have a writer's room moment and decide who you want to go see and who they are, and we'll just add them to the world.
Okay, yeah. Any suggestions, fellow writers?
Well, I was just thinking of starting off with Gertrude and Franny to just let them know what's going on, see if they know anyone first.
I wasn't sure that continually going back to them is going to accomplish much, because if they knew something, they would have already told us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as far as you know, yesterday, so they spent their time mostly in their office. So you can have maybe Harlow suggests that, and Ducky is like, yeah. If we ask them, do you know anyone with a blue dress? It's like all the women and half the men in town.
Is there?
Okay, well that narrows things down.
Okay, writer's room. Maybe there's like a town crier or something.
Yes.
Is that a thing that would happen in a small town?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a self-appointed town crier, a halfling by the name of Pickles. Probably not their actual name, although halflings do tend to have surnames that are, like Birdie Carrots. So they tend.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, they tend to have last names that are like Clod and Plow and Cobbles and Plank and Carrots and Turnip and things like that. So having one name Pickles, it could very well be their surname. You don't know their first name, but they're called Pickles. They are
first name Tommy.
Tommy Pickles, yes. Tommy with an I and a heart over the I. So Tommy Pickles. Tommy Pickles is a little bit dissolute. Is a self-appointed crier. So just kind of stands on street corners and yells things, which is fine. Some of them, depending upon how deep Tommy Pickles is in their cups, some of them are actually useful. Like people will actually toss a copper to Tommy to like spread word around town, like if they're having a sale, for example. Okay. But a lot of times Tommy's more a beggar than anything else, but has found a way to ingratiate themselves with at least some local merchants and is tolerated.
I would go to them.
Okay.
You know who is probably behind this? Angelica. And all the dolls are Cynthia's.
Oh my God, you're right.
I'm very glad I did not. I almost gave you inspiration for the saucy comeback against Harlow. Like did you like what strange? I saw you use some strange stuff like skill. That was almost. It was in my mouth to say take inspiration for that, but I'm glad I didn't because I would have had to take it back for that. So this is why I don't hand out inspiration.
So is the halfling still named Tommy, or is that reference?
Pickles. Okay. Pickles, yeah, it's fine.
Okay. I would go see them.
Yeah.
Because chances are they were out on a street corner yesterday.
Yeah. They are Tommy Pickles of no known fixed abode.
So I tossed them a copper. And
grab
ask.
Bite it. What's up, Deck?
Would you have? Damn it! Would you happen to have seen a person in a blue robes or a blue dress carrying like a large bag yesterday?
With long hair.
Long hair, no facial hair.
Human? Local? Not local? New to town?
That's all the information we have. We're on an investigation.
Maybe?
Taller than a raccoon.
Taller than a raccoon. Well, that's helpful. Do they so carrying a bag? Yeah, probably.
Like a larger bag.
Maybe. I don't know. Like what kind of bag? Lady, man, human, orc, half orc, dwarf,
probably
all
not
halfling.
Probably not a halfling either.
Okay. So what's actually going on? Why are you looking for them?
Do you know? Because if you do, you might be able to tell you. But like if you don't already know,
Tommy will pull a piece of paper that's folded over out of their pocket and kind of like smooth it over their knee and then like tuck it into the pocket of their shirt, and it has like in like not super literate hand block lettering press on it. So, sounds like you're looking for somebody.
Yeah.
What's the gig? What's the mojo? What's the mystery?
Well,
Are they into you for some money?
if
Are they
only-
maybe coming into money? Are you looking for like someone who is the heir to a long lost fortune? Are they
They-
spies? Are they
they are doll makers.
Oh,
I know it's not very interesting.
I mean,
I'm just
it could
kinda-
be interesting if you like
I'm waiting
dolls.
for Ducky to just say, they've been stealing our scrap.
It's possible. Oh, so a doll maker. Well, I don't think we have one in town.
Maybe they're new.
Maybe. Doll maker. Well, I mean, it doesn't ring a bell, but you could always just like check around, I guess. I mean, I can keep my eyes out for you for a price.
That would be lovely.
Tell you what, how about I give you a discount for keeping my eyes out as long as you give me an exclusive when you figure out what's going on with this mysterious doll maker person with a big bag who is larger than a raccoon.
Ducky will lick his thumb, open up his doctor's bag, take out a roll of parchment and a unfolding like lectern, and quickly draw up a contract saying, insofar as excluding the persons that are already aware of the happenings related to the blah 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 blah. I sign it.
He's like, oh, I'm gonna need a per diem.
Well, that will cost extra.
That's what I'm saying. I need a per diem,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm giving you a discount. 2 copper a day.
Mm. Well, if you don't want to know, you don't have to. Then I start rolling up the contract.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check or deception, your choice.
I think Ducky's being above board,
Okay.
but like not intentionally trying to deceive them.
Okay.
That would be an 11.
Cool.
Okay.
They're dumb and drunk. So, and also I rolled a 7. So we'll say that it's sufficient. All right. 1 copper a day. And we'll even count the copper you gave me as today's fee.
Very well.
Cool. Scrawl.
Mhm.
Just pickles with a Z. Cool. Keep an eye out for someone who's taller than a raccoon, with long hair and blue clothes and carrying a big bag, who may or may not be a doll maker.
But specifically yesterday, you didn't see anyone matching that description? That you
Maybe.
remember?
Maybe. I wasn't exactly looking.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, person bigger than raccoon with bag and blue clothes is not exactly distinctive.
What about a blue dress?
Not exactly distinctive.
Gotcha. Well, I'm out of ideas. What about you two?
Well, we tried.
Yeah, let's go back.
All right.
Drinks on me.
You get about 50 feet away, and then you hear Pickles clearing their throat. Local notary public seeks tall person in blue dress carrying large bag, possibly doll maker. Put the word around town. Tell Pickles if you see a tall person, or taller than a raccoon, in a blue dress, long hair, no beard, carrying a big bag, possibly doll maker. And the Mingas making their way from corner to corner.
Well, I think that's 1 copper well spent. I think let's check back tomorrow.
Like you wasted your copper, you wasted your ration bar, but
Oh no, he's doing our work for us.
Yes.
Because we would have spent today going around asking people if they saw a person with a bag and blue clothes. Now we don't need to do anything.
Yeah.
We'll just check back tomorrow.
Yeah. So, what do you want to do with the rest of your day?
Head home, see if I have any contracts that need to be prepared.
Sure.
Head to Ducky's home.
Cool. So you do a little bit of light work as Harlow and Juliet just kind of watch you, and probably at least one of them constantly interrupts you with questions. What's that for? What are you doing there? Why did you do that instead of the other thing?
For a paralegal, you're surprisingly, how do I put it? Out of practice.
Must be my goblin side.
She
Excuse
did say
you.
it's only half paralegal.
Yeah.
It's okay. So office space montage. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
And occasionally you hear Pickles' voice kind of just repeating this thing over and over. And a few of your customers come in and say, "Oh, I hear you're looking for someone in a blue dress." That's very unspecific. Probably someone comes in who is wearing a blue dress and says, "Hey, I hear you're looking for me. Is there a reward?"
Were you carrying a large bag into town yesterday?
Sure. Is there a reward?
Sure. Do I assume that they're just trying to get money out of?
I don't know. Do you?
Well, I would like to roll insight to determine that.
That makes good sense to me.
What do they smell like?
14?
Like a person? Yeah, they're for sure. I mean, it's not like, aha, this is my grand, master plan. It's more like, no, Pickle says Ducky is looking for someone in a blue dress, and I have a bag. It could be considered big. It's more just kind of like local person curiosity. I wonder if there's some money in it.
I speak in hushed tones to this person. They're a fugitive. I don't think you want to be.
They're a fugitive?
Yeah, we're looking for information on the person, not the person themselves.
Is there a reward though?
For information? Absolutely.
Cool. What do you want to know?
Who are they?
I don't know.
No reward.
Okay. Well, that's real. That's kind of false advertising, actually.
No, if you have information about them, there would be a reward.
They're not me. That's information you didn't have before.
That is correct.
I wasn't born yesterday, so reward?
Neither was I.
Harlow pulls out a shiny rock from his pocket and just lays it on the counter.
That's better than nothing. It's a nice rock. She'll put it in her largest purse. All right. Well, this was a waste of time. Bye.
Yes, it was. I think the nuance was lost on Pickles.
I mean,
maybe a little bit.
Probably. And Pickles has for sure turned your copper into as much ale as they can buy. No, I'm gonna say their drink is low quality mead, which may be why they have the nickname Pickles, because they tend to smell like pickle juice because they are usually covered in low quality mead.
Yep. Gotcha.
Well, at least we know it's not Pickles.
Or maybe Pickles is a mastermind and lied. You never know. Cool.
Was Pickles wearing a blue dress?
No.
Okay.
Darn.
But it might have been in disguise from before. You never know. Cool. So, thank you for the bane, Misha. Cool. So, after the Office Space time wasting montage, what happens? It's evening now, or
Yeah.
afternoon.
I cast reduce on myself and climb down the tunnel. No, I can't do that.
Oh, okay.
No. But that's what I want to do because I think that there's something down there.
Who
But
knows?
can't go myself.
I mean, we filled the tunnel, didn't we?
We blocked
filled
it.
one end of the tunnel. And you guys said that there was quite a few forks in it,
Mm-hmm.
meaning that there may be other exits, other places in it.
It's possible. You did run into a few that were dead ends, like, and it was obvious to your little squirrel brains why they were dead ends, because they were like digging and then ran into like a big boulder, or or stone or difficult earth, and like kind of went back and backtracked. There were a few like junctions where you had just followed the tracks, and you don't know where the other ones went. I mean, it's not like
One's
a
to
massive network,
A
so
butcher shop.
Yeah, that's
potentially.
One's probably to a place with cloth.
Potentially.
How good do you think we can remember from being squirrel form? Like,
Make a survival check.
how long?
You
we
are
were going?
druids, so your mental stats don't change.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're
Okay.
using a squirrel brain.
Yeah. So it's just
So I could
I would say
potentially-
a survival check to see how much you retain.
Let's see. I think you got 23.
Oh yeah.
23.
Yeah, you feel reasonably confident that you could retrace your steps.
I am open to ideas. I'm not normally the adventuring type. How would you track down someone? Every day the path grows colder, so we best do it sooner rather than later.
I used to tracking someone in a town.
Well, with Pickles spreading the word, if they were in town, they've been alerted. So they may no longer be in town.
Or maybe we should have been watching the exits.
Yeah, maybe. What I might do is I'm probably going to go out.
Cut to a scene previously, because and we can tell because the day is higher and Pickles is less drunk, where Pickles is going, local paralegal Ducky is looking for a person who is walking around town in a blue dress. They are larger than a raccoon. They were carrying a large bag. Significant reward. And his story has gotten like a little bit embellished as he has a mason jar that he's sloppily drinking low quality mead from, and a shadowy figure like perks up, notices, and then scuttles off into the darkness of an alley, and then cut back to current time.
Well,
What I
Maybe
was
we
thinking
could just
is
burn down the house, plug up all the tunnels, and hope they go somewhere else.
but there is
burn down
the
all the
matter
houses, the
of
tunnels coming out.
missing children.
Are they children, though? They stabbed me.
They were children. Maybe we
That
should.
stabbed me.
Well,
That's,
well, if you want to
Survival
stop
of the
playing Dungeons and Dragons, I'm all for it. We can call it here. But really, that's the only other lead that that player can think of.
Yeah, and maybe Ducky is like thinking and recalling the conversation with Gerta and Phryne. And it's like, well, if there were more dolls than children, and if there's some sort of relationship between them, checking to see if there are additional missing children. Clearly, no one who lives or is employed, or the assumption is that no one who lives or is employed at the Happy Hearth is missing a child, because they probably would have talked to Gerta and Phryne. But if it's just a regular person about town, if they were missing a child, they probably would have reported it to the constabulary. The other question that came up was to understand how long had the pilfering been happening. You know from talking to Chev that he only started noticing things going missing a few days ago. But as far as you know, only you and he have been pilfered. There was an open question as to whether anyone else had noticed anything missing. Just to understand the kind of scale of the operation.
Probably a place with cloth.
Ducky is assuming that at least one other place.
Okay.
In order to get the materials required.
Okay. So what do you do in this afternoon, evening?
We could check the orphanage, a tailor.
I would go to the
shop.
constabulary first.
Okay.
To look up missing children, reports on them.
Yes.
Specifically from the time period of the whole unicorn situation to like a few days ago.
Yeah. So the past several weeks. So yes, you are able to. Yes. There is a particular constable that you know, Janu. And this is a. We will say there's a lot of halflings in town, so we'll say another halfling. And he's one of the newer folks around town. And maybe at some point in the past, you had to help him with get some papers, like maybe his transcripts. It was like having a hard time getting them or something. So you maybe did him a little bit of a favor. So
maybe.
Just a little bit of something. You helped him with his application to become a constable. And because of that, he looks favorably upon you. And maybe you have a little bit of leverage. And he is working the evening shift at the Halls of Justice.
Okay. I'm lucky I caught you. Oh, hello.
Sorry. He is not a great constable. He jumps at every shadow. And starts to try to draw his short sword and then just flings it out and it clatters onto the stone steps. He has to scrabble after it. It makes a huge, big production. There's another constable that's kind of got his arms folded, his back up against the wall next to the door, and just shakes his head. Oh, sorry. Hi, Ducky.
Hello.
Who are your friends?
Not friends.
She's real pretty. And then looks right at Juliet.
I'm Harlow. Hi.
Well,
I mean, he's kind of pretty too,
Harlow, and that's Juliet, I believe.
Juliet.
Yes.
It's so nice to meet you. He comes forward and stumbles a little bit, trips over his boots, and shakes your hand a little bit too vigorously.
Do a couple vines come loose?
Poison thorns embed themselves in his torso and he dies in pain. No.
Well, there's another lead.
Hi, Juliet. When did you come into town? Are you do you live here now? Or are you coming to stay permanently? Do you need someone to show you around the village?
Oh, that'd be cool. That was a lot of questions. Been here for
Where are
a few
you from?
days. Don't know if I'll stay. Out of town.
Oh, that's so cool. There aren't many people from out of town. I mean, there are, but anyway. So
most people are from not. Never mind.
So what are you here to do? Do you have family here? Are you married?
I'm not married.
Are you seeing anyone?
No, I've been seeing a lot of people.
I mean, that's cool too, I guess, sort of. Are you seeing anyone?
She's very literal, so
I don't know.
like
Oh, you mean like
seeing
with your
you.
eyes seeing people? Cool. No, I meant
Yeah.
like, do you like hang out with anyone special that you like a lot and they like you? Or that would be upset if you were talking to someone else and like maybe you wanted to go out on a date with them?
Oh, what?
A date? He'll just look back at Ducky and it's like, and he's got flop sweat.
You're on
Bad.
your own.
No, it's a thing where someone who likes somebody else says, let's go on a date. And then you say yes. And then you go on a date, which is like, you just like go hang out and like maybe eat food.
Oh, I like food.
Awesome. What
Yeah,
kind of,
dates sound great.
what kind of food do you like?
Oh, I'm not picky.
Wow. Me either. We have so much in common.
Yeah.
It's great. I mean, I'm not from out of town, but my folks were from out of town. So like we are both sort of from out of town. We both like food. We should go eat food together, don't you think?
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Cool. And we can talk and like get to know each other.
Yeah.
He just like it's super no chill to Ducky. And then looks at the other more experienced constable who just like, yeah, doing great. Oh, where are you staying, Juliet?
What is it called again?
Happy Hearth.
It's Happy Hearth.
Oh yeah. Hey, why don't I get off in like an hour? I can come by and pick you up.
Oh, we're actually in the middle of investigating some stuff right now. Not sure how long it's gonna take.
How about tomorrow?
Sounds good to me. As long as the mystery's solved. Hopefully you can help with that.
Oh, for
Then
sure,
we
for
can
sure,
go. Yeah.
for sure. So like tomorrow, an hour after sundown, I'll come and pick you up at the Happy Hour.
Sure.
All right, cool. All right, well, awesome. That's great. See you guys. Thank you. Bye, Juliet.
I actually have business, and I
oh, right. Yeah, sorry.
stuff.
He's just like looking at Juliet.
Well, as you might be aware, Chev the butcher has
Great guy,
some
great guy.
things missing, and I also have discovered some recent burglaries of my own.
Oh, you want to file a report?
We have tracked down the culprits.
Cool.
But they seem to be reanimated doll children, based on certain appearances. They seem to be of the disappeared children in town, although there are more than I'm personally aware of. So I was wondering if you might be able to help us find other potentially missing children between the whole unicorn situation and now.
That's a lot.
A lot of children?
No. Reanimated doll children or burglars?
Well, yes, as a constable, I'm sure you're already aware.
No.
But why not?
Because that's not regular. Not ordinary.
It's just kind of picking out like bits of raccoon out of her teeth.
He just kind of smiles. He doesn't care. No, that's real weird. That's like, are you sure? That sounds like a made up thing. You're not trying to make.
I still have one in a cage in my house. I can go fetch it for you if you want.
I mean, I guess. I don't know.
They're create, and they make themselves. They make new ones of themselves.
They stabbed me.
Yeah. They're made from like scrap and cloth and little bits of meat. And they're all like animated and they bleed.
Ew, gross.
And will make you bleed if you let them.
That's horrifying.
Yes. Yeah, they tunneled into my basement.
Yeah, I think you need to file a full report on that. There's weird meat dolls running around burglarizing and bleeding all over stuff. Ew.
And we believe a the mastermind to this whole thing.
There's a mastermind?
But the person who's originally creating these things.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, whatever you wish to call them. They entered town yesterday carrying a large satchel of their materials.
So there's someone running around in town making meat dolls?
Yes. Yeah, probably.
He starts
Maybe.
looking around, kind of just like very distressed. Did you hear this? And the other guard is just shaking his head, just like. It's yeah, if you have one, you should bring it, and we need to bring this to the council. This is bad.
Sure. Yes. Yeah. I'll be right back. And
It's usually it's like, well, don't worry, Juliet. The constabulary, he puffs his little chest out. The constabulary will take care of this. We will protect you.
This guy let me get stabbed twice.
Sir, how could
fine.
you?
She was fine.
Would you like me to write him up?
Yes.
I'll
It was
do that.
really the
And
dolls that
honestly,
stabbed
you know what I think now that I understand the situation more? I think you need police protection. If you've already been attacked by these creatures, I think we need to assign someone to ensure your safety, like particularly your safety. And like I said, I get off in an hour. So
Oh, so it wouldn't be you?
Phrasing.
no, it's gonna be me. I'm gonna see to your protection. Isn't that right? And the other one's just like, I don't care, man. All right. Yes, I'm making the executive decision. I'm exercising my powers as a lawful constable of Dorian. I'm gonna place the highest priority on securing your personal safety, Juliet. I think you might be the key to this mystery.
Huh. I'll look smugly at Harlow like, thank you, Constable.
And you should be more careful to
Yeah.
look out for important people.
Yeah.
So during this whole time, I've been looking at the walls to see if there's any holes anywhere,
Not that you can see, no.
and just every once in a while, like I'll be like, "Oh yeah, sure."
Duck returns to your basement.
Uh-oh.
I had kept it in my bedroom.
Oh,
It
yes.
was in like a vault thing, yeah.
Yes, that's right. And you hear scraping on the inside.
Yep. That's fine.
So what do?
I pick it up.
So
Bring it with me.
you open the safe?
No. I take the. Oh yeah.
Oh.
I open the safe and I take out the cage that this thing.
Oh, so it's in a cage in the safe. Got it. Cool. It stares at you.
I wave.
Some of the bars of the cage are bent. And
Does
it looks
does
like
seem
it's been...
I'm sorry.
It looks like it's been attempting to get out. It can reach its little hand to scrape against the wall of the cage. As you reach in and pull it out, it has been. You can see where it's scraped the kind of like, I guess, the cast iron or whatever this safe is made out of. And you heard it last night as it was apparently trying to scrape through. But in the intervening many hours, it has been busy. There is a word crudely scraped into the interior of your safe.
Oh,
Yes.
what is it?
Murderer.
It's a long word.
It had time.
No.
Okay,
And to the
I-
extent the doll can glare at you, it glares at you.
that's fine. I still bring it back to the constabulary.
Cool. So you show up as Janu is being like protective, and he's like making a big deal about like checking every corner and like protecting Juliet. It's super dorky and a little adorable, but also maybe a little bit less so. Yes, and Ducky trots up with a cage with a doll in it.
Yep. The bars are obviously bent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have he comes over and takes it.
This is one of the specimens, and it may seem inanimate, but
Oh yeah, it's just laying on the bottom. As soon as you get it out of your house, it just lays down and has been flopping around in the bottom of this cage this entire time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It is an act.
It looks like a doll in a cage, Ducky, which is, I mean, a little weird, but he just like kind of carefully reaches in and pokes it, and it just like,
yeah,
it's like, so a doll in a cage.
Yes.
What's all this really about?
Did he bring any of the extra limbs? Or
What?
any of the extra limbs that we brought back?
No, the smashed one was given to Chev.
Yeah. You threw it into the trap so it could make him feel better that his trap worked. Yeah. You do have an extra leg. The one that was in Harlow's pocket. It's probably somewhere. It was actually in your basement, I think. So yes, the doll is doing the Looney Tunes frog routine.
Mm-hmm.
Like I will even
if you break off a piece, you could show how it bleeds if it doesn't want to move.
Yeah, I'll even say when Janu turns around to look at Juliet, maybe one of his little eyes closes and looks at you again, and then as soon as it's moving, and he turns around and it's.
Well, this is one of them. They animate at random times, apparently. If you want, we can cut it open, show you the inner workings.
I mean, I guess.
If you don't believe me, if you think this is merely
I
doll,
believe you. It's just real. It's just it's a weird story, Ducky.
Yep.
But
yes, it is.
But well, how about this?
If you want, I can file an official report, and
I think we need to file a report.
Take perjury extremely seriously.
Yeah, let's file an official report. And you wanted me to look into missing children?
Yeah, well, whether there were reports of missing children, we would like to look at the historical records.
Yep.
From like the past few weeks.
Yep.
Yeah. Try to draw any connections, conclusions.
Yes. So Johnny will lead you into an office where there's a familiar clipboard with several sheafs that you need to fill out. And as you do, he will go and check the records department and just ask around to see if anyone has filed reports of missing children. The only report, not a missing child, but Samuel Carrots had reported his son Bertie missing. And his Bertie's in his 20s. So that is the only report of a missing child in the intervening period from the time that winter appeared on the northeast side of town and today. But Janu, looking to impress all of you, but specifically Juliet, will go back and look, and we'll just come back in with a big thick stack of parchments. It's reports going back years. It's basically everything that's in the kind of active file of missing kids. And as you're filling it out, we'll kind of sort. It's maybe 20. We'll sort out.
So not a thick stack.
Yeah, but it's parchment. It's probably that thick. It's more than just a sheet or two. And and maybe some of them reports are multiple pages, and we'll sort them by turns out the kid had run away or whatever, the ones that were resolved, and is able to pull out 3 reports One of which is, let's say, a local blacksmith's child that it is presumed that wandered off into the mists, and was presumed, taken by the mist as a thing that could happen here.
Yep.
The other two were, I guess the only thing striking about them is that they were at the orphanage. And he kind of he sorts them into the questionable pile because unlike the other kids who were found living with family members, or whatever, these didn't really have family members in town. So there was really nowhere for them to go. So they might be runaways, you don't know. And there's, the occasional tragic story of a kid who falls out of a boat and drowns or whatever. But those are the three that seem the most relevant. But they're from, the kid who disappeared in the mists was maybe a month ago. And the other two are from several years ago.
Well, so that leaves two options. Either this has been going on for much longer than just a few weeks and just recently started stealing things from us, or they are kids from other places, or maybe not even kids. I don't know. I do know that there's a resemblance that we saw. Some of the dolls we encountered resembled, and if there's the report of the missing children of the unicorn incident, I'll actually point out we saw this one.
Yeah, you asked for the report, but a certain Reeve had that one buried. A certain Reeve was like, they're fine. Closed case.
Okay.
But Janu knows about it.
Does this one look like the one that disappeared in the mist?
Roll me a d4.
Me or her?
Juliet asked.
Okay.
4.
Okay. Roll me a investigate.
Oh no. 12, so 11.
You've got no, but it has a superficial resemblance to one of the other two.
I was going to try to bring it to its parents and see how it reacted, but if it's an orphan, that doesn't really work.
So not this one that is currently, for all intents and purposes, an inanimate doll, does not resemble any of the children who disappeared with the unicorns, but does match the general description of one of the two children who disappeared from the orphanage a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Well then.
And I will even say, because you have the child who disappeared in the mist, there's a drawing of them. Probably there was a portrait that someone just took a quick sketch of, because it was a slightly more prosperous family. You only have descriptions of the two orphans who disappeared, but one of them also vaguely resembles one of the other ones that was trying to poke your eyes out in the attic.
One tried to kill me.
Well, obviously there's a correlation here.
Yep.
Now what do we do?
Well, I need to see to your protection, right?
Right.
Excellent.
Do you think there's a way we could talk to the doll?
Well,
I just wish we could.
it scratched on the inside of the safe I was keeping it in. It spelled out the letters a murderer, which I found very odd because it, in fact, was a thief, not a murderer. But
That's a weird kind of confession.
yes, I know. Unless it has done murders
It
that we
did
aren't
try
aware
to.
of.
That one didn't try to kill me. I caught that one with vines, but the other ones did try to kill me.
Janu, who is not the best constable, but he's smart. Was it a confession or an accusation?
I haven't murdered anyone.
Did you kill dolls, though?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think that there's actually any statute here in town against killing dolls.
Oh, believe me, I would know.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. But, I mean, if what you're saying is true, and this thing is, and he pokes it again, and just, then it maybe thinks that you killed its friends?
To be fair, the ones I killed attacked me first.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm just saying it would be weird for it to say, I'm in a cage, so let me write I'm a murderer in there.
Well, yeah.
Unless it was saying you're a murderer.
Or maybe it was accusing someone else.
Maybe.
Maybe that's why they've been reanimated
They're haunted.
To avenge something.
Yes,
exactly.
They're trying to help you find their murderer. There's a murderer in town, and they're trying to. Oh, that'd be a really cool story.
I mean, if this thing would write more stuff, we could figure out for sure.
And you can just see the gears turning. It's like, I'm gonna catch a murderer, and this is gonna make me like a local celebrity, and I'll be a hero, and then Juliet will want to marry me. He's like even muttering, like you catch a word or two as he mutters that under my breath. Hero, Juliet, marry.
Huh?
Give it a pencil and some paper and put it back in the safe for a while.
I don't know if it can hold a pencil.
I mean, with both hands, it could.
It could scratch in the dirt. It'd probably take a while to scratch more into metal. But
I'm just surprised that it still has a semblance of knowledge of language. It seemed feral when we encountered them.
I mean, to be
like
fair,
the raccoon that attacked you.
But you talked to that one too. But to be fair, you did not seek to interact with the dolls in any way that wasn't violent.
But they stole from us. And isn't thievery the most serious kind of violence?
Johnny will say, no, that would be assault and battery and manslaughter and attempted murder and homicide. And I mean, there's a lot of things that are a lot worse and much more violent than burglary.
And being part of the other party.
The stand your ground clause.
Yeah, no. We repealed that. They have that up in the Midlands. That's why one of the reasons people didn't go there.
Oh, I see the confusion. Yeah, because that's where I'm from.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, then it's like you walk into a shop and a shopkeeper is there. It's like, oh, you're here to steal me, and then they stab you with their sword because they don't like your look. And then your family is like, oh no, they killed my child. I just sent them out for a bottle of milk. And then the shopkeeper is like, well, I don't like their look, and I stabbed them in the face and killed them. And the judge just goes, oh well, stand your ground.
Yes.
But does that still apply if they're monsters, right?
It super applies. Yeah,
we're talking about like stand your ground.
This was also
people has
trespassing.
been repealed, but like monster attacks are still self-defense, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
They literally tunneled into his basement. It's definitely like not legal, right?
I mean, probably. I don't know. So what's
the legal status of necromancy in Dorian?
I mean, it's not. There aren't a lot of laws about, magic and stuff, because it's kind of, just kind of,
Okay.
if someone shows up and or can do stuff that breaks the laws of physics, there's not a lot that we can do. He's like, you shouldn't do that. But it's like, well, okay, now I'm going to raise an army of zombies and kill everyone. It's like, well, actually, kind of do whatever you want. Just don't do it like in town.
Sounds like you need a more robust bureaucratic system.
Well, it's kind of like you don't have a lot of laws dictating what dragons can do, because the dragons can kind of do whatever they want. Like if a wizard comes in town, it's just like, we just have to hope he doesn't want to kill us. Why? I mean, anyway. You don't think it's a necromancer, do you?
I think it's reanimated pieces of flesh.
I don't know.
Possibly.
I wish I had taken off sick this morning.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I just need to file this, and I'm gonna go home and change clothes. I need to make sure that as I'm your protection detail that I'm in plain clothes, so that any miscreants don't realize that I'm a member of the constabulary, officially seeing to your safety, Juliet. So
okay.
we're gonna have to play this cool. So anytime that we're in public together, I need you to pretend. Do you think this is important? I need you to pretend that you have romantic interest in me, and that this is just a date between two young people who are in love, and that will throw the
date like mate.
I mean, wow. Just immediately beat red, little forehead. No, but maybe someday. But like you'd have to meet my mom first. But they're related, sort of. But let's not. That part isn't strictly required to throw off the burglars / necromancers. So we just have to pretend like we like each other and want to spend time with each other. So like we'll have to hold hands and things, just for the cause of justice.
Maybe Ducky can give you some poetry for it.
Isn't this sort of power dynamic frowned upon in Dorian? The person in power forcing themselves
You're right. I do have a lot of I have a lot of power.
Yeah.
Yeah, meanwhile Juliet's like, what?
He has no power, and Juliet could break him in half if she wanted to. He is the juniorest of junior constables, and there's nothing creepy about what he's doing. I think everyone reads it as just that this is him trying to, like, maybe I can hold her hand. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. I'm just saying, if we really want to convince people that I'm not, in my official capacity as your protector, we should maybe like hold hands and talk about things and get to know each other. Cool. All right. Well, I'll see you in an hour at the Happy Hearth. Hope it's not a necromancer.
Me too.
So what do you do?
Well,
it is late evening.
Yeah.
Tiny wisps of mist.
We can try to talk to the dog, run by the orphanage or some tailor shops, clothes shops, look around. Probably if we're going to do that, we need to do it sooner rather than later before they close.
Yes.
It's probably not advised to go out when the mists are starting to encroach.
I will say that with the large Luxifers that the Eudoxia Society brought in on the airship, things have gotten a lot better. And because Dorian had spent several months, like everything shutting down well in advance of dark, just like before the first hint of mist, a number of people, including shop owners, etc., are staying open a little bit later. I mean, if it's a bad night, folks will still close, but like no one has had the effect of the sort of maddening effect of the mist since those Luxifers were installed. So but also probably the party week has passed. So it's more or less back to a sort of normal routine.
Okay.
So you have a little bit of time before you need to worry about people just being in their homes. So what do you do? And you have a date in an hour. So what do you do? Having spent all day pushing paper around, you now have a number of clues that you can follow up on.
Well, at least one of us has a day job, so.
It's true. So what do you do?
Doing our day job.
I
Essentially.
wonder, did that count as a rest for me?
Do what?
Did that time that we were at this place count as a rest for me?
No.
So
We check for the place they stole the clothes from.
Yeah.
Or the orphanage. I think that's also another place of interest. But yeah, we can look for.
I could bring the doll with us too to the orphanage, see how it reacts.
Yeah. You tell me.
Yeah. Juliet has a good idea. Let's follow that.
All right.
Yes. I have a great. Yes, my ideas. Good.
Something.
So you cross the bridge from the old town center to the southern side of town, which is actually relatively near to the Happy Hearth. And then you make your way along the river and the orphanage, similar to the Happy Hearth, was once probably a mansion of some sort back when Dorian was very prosperous. But when its owners abandoned it, the town probably used it for a number of different uses, but its most recent use is an orphanage. Now, it's a very, very large home. There aren't that many orphans in a little village. But natural disasters and fey incursions and things do have a tendency to happen in this area, and of course, mine collapses and mining accidents. So this is the only place really in the local area where children whose parents die, go missing, or are no longer able to take care of them can seek shelter. So yes. And I think it's probably run as a priory of Saint Awful. So not the local saint, but a more well-known saint that is a saint of motherhood and child rearing and education and kind of propriety when it comes to protecting the young and guiding their growth and helping them grow up into virtuous adults. So as far as I don't think anyone has ever had any reason to interact with them. But it's run by nuns, basically. Faithful people.
The mortal enemy of goblins.
Yes, and therefore humans.
Mm-hmm.
There is almost certainly there are probably a couple of nuns and a prioress.
Okay.
And because you are on the south side of town and you are leaving the central district, the mist is a bit thicker. It's not dangerous, but there are a few as you make your way along the main street here south of the river. There's at every other corner there's a regular small luxifer, kind of like a street lamp, that creates a kind of a little bit of a swirling dance of mist as it seems to almost suck it in, and then there's a relatively clear area as far as its light shows, but as soon as you exit that, the mist almost thickens a bit, so it's these little twirling tendrils around everyone's calves except for Ducky. It's kind of up, it's probably thigh high for Ducky, and it's a little creepy. There's a little hint of just like sounds that maybe shouldn't be there, but everyone's used to it because you're all except possibly for Harlow, just because you're relatively new in town. Sierra probably doesn't mind it at all.
Seems fine to me.
Yeah. But you make your way to the orphanage. What do you do? What happens?
Oh, Julia.
Ask if we can look around.
Yeah.
So Juliet, you're going to take point?
Nope.
Nope. Everyone pushes Juliet forward.
Your turn.
Hello.
This goblin has a charisma of 10. It's not the best.
I was going to say, does anyone have a good charisma?
No. I have +0 on all my charisma stuff.
Just saying.
Like maybe intimidation. Nope.
Share the burden.
But
Is Harlow any good at talking to people?
I've got a -1.
Yeah.
So the strategy is anyone but Harlow. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just go up to like the first person that looks like they work here and like, hello, we're investigating the.
You knock on the door is locked.
Oh, okay.
But you knock on the door, and it takes a moment. Then you hear some soft footfalls on the inside, and the door kind of cracks open. You see a probably middle-aged woman, human. Yes, can I help you?
Hello, I'm Juliet. We're investigating the children that went missing, the orphans recently. Do you mind if we look around?
They're not here. They were taken.
Well, obviously, that's why they're missing.
Yes, but what is it you're hoping to find?
Clues.
But they were taken on the north side of town. I mean, there were lots of witnesses.
They're from here.
Yes.
Yes.
There's also we believe that the ones that recently went missing are connected in some way to the disappearances that happened a few years ago.
Which means it could happen again.
Well, you're helping each other, so I will allow Juliet to roll persuasion with advantage.
Oh, okay. Well, that one was a 19, so I'll beat that. And that one. Okay, yeah, 19.
Okay.
I think that.
Well, you think the orphans might be in danger.
I mean, it's happened before. It happened again.
All right. And she'll open the door and come in. You'll need to speak to the prioress. I can't just let strangers speak to the orphans, especially if they're in danger. But you can certainly speak to she is at prayer at the moment. She'll let you in. She is wearing, she has long hair. And she is wearing a blue dress.
What's a prioress?
A habit, if you will. It's kind of a grayish blue color.
Okay.
I'm gonna discreetly ask Ducky what the heck a prioress is.
What is a prioress?
A prioress is the person who runs a priory. It is it is a station within the Lamentine Church.
Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. Yeah.
And this priory is dedicated to in service to Saint Othel.
I was thinking of the past tense, prior. Like former.
Yeah.
So
no.
Yeah. Gotcha.
This is a priory. It is run by a prioress, not a prior.
Got it.
Particularly, the followers of Saint Othel often run schools, orphanages, hospitals, but are because of the virtues that Othel represents, are often focused on helping youth and children. They highly value innocence and the protection of the weak. which is not an uncommon. I mean, various things kind of do this, but the particular flavor for the practice of the virtues represented by Othel often leads people to run children's hospitals and set up orphanages and schools for the less fortunate. And this serves as basically all three.
Did she give any sort of reaction to seeing Ducky carrying a doll in a cage?
Now that you come in to the light, and she's like, "Well, come in. Let's not let the mist in." And she'll even like use her robes or the skirt of her habit to kind of flap away the little tendrils of mist. Not because it makes any difference, but probably just out of superstition. Oh, is it a gift for the children?
No, this is this is evidence, I suppose, in the investigation we're doing. Look, were you here a few years ago when the unfortunate incident happened?
I am from Dorian, but I hadn't joined the order at that point.
Okay.
But I do remember hearing that a couple of orphans disappeared. I think everyone thought that maybe they ran away together. They were quite young, though.
That is the oddest thing, though. This doll bears a striking resemblance to one of those that disappeared back then. So we were hoping to talk to someone who may have interacted with that child at that time.
Older children or people of the order that were here?
Well, the prioress has been here for many years. I'm sure she remembers the children in question.
Also, random question. Would you happen to be familiar with a kind of derelict house outside of town in the middle of like a copse of woods?
Oh, there are a few of those from back before when Dorian was a proper town.
Yeah. Can I insight check?
Yeah.
Like see if there's any reaction?
Yeah, for sure.
16.
She's very easy to read. And she's just kind of confused. But I think as soon as you said that you're investigating something that might be a threat to the children, she was all in.
Oh, excellent.
So she's just trying to be helpful, but is kind of confused as to exactly what it is that you're doing. But you're investigating something that might be a threat to kids, so she's down with it.
Yeah, that's where we found this. Yeah.
It's very, very strange. But the prioress is very wise and knowledgeable, so she I'm sure will be able to help you.
Good.
I
wouldn't want to interrupt her prayer.
No. I can show you into her office or waiting room.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
And she will. I'll notify her. So she'll only be a few minutes, I'm sure.
Okay.
Cool.
So when she leaves to notify her, can you like poke the doll like,
might bite you.
"Hey, what are you doing?" Like any reaction to this?
I don't recommend you stick your fingers
familiar?
in
No, you poke the doll and the doll, you put a couple times, it happens, and then it sits up. And then kind of with its little cupid bow mouth, looks around and smiles, and then climbs up onto its feet and walks over to the bars and starts pulling on them.
Do you recognize this place?
It's just trying to reaches its arm in
helpful.
between. It turns and looks at you.
Oh, what were we supposed to do? You invaded my basement.
It doesn't seem to
If you wanted
react.
scrap, you could have asked for it.
Yeah, you don't know if it's able, if it can understand you or not.
Right. I'm still.
I mean, it reacts to the sound of your voice, so it can hear. But aside from the fact that it spent all night writing murderer inside your safe, you don't have much insight into how intelligent it is. And it just looks like it's trying to get out.
Okay. How long do we wait? Or rather, how long do we expect to wait?
Just a few minutes. Yeah, the nun was just like, it'll be a few minutes. She'll just have to finish her prayers, and then I'll catch her.
Yeah. If it doesn't take too long, we wait, or at least I wait. If there's a suspicious amount of time, we might poke around.
It takes a little longer than you anticipated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you two notice that that woman was wearing blue robes and had long hair?
Yeah, I did. I just didn't want to mention it.
I don't think she's the culprit, but it's possible the prioress is involved. Or someone who works here. Or both.
Someone make a religion check.
I
I'll do
probably
it.
should not. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
not Juliet. Juliet has no clue.
I have +3,
Yeah.
so
I just got +1, so I'm not going to be useful.
that would be a 22.
Yeah, you know that the typical habit of devout followers of Saint Awful, particularly in a facility like this, will match the description that of the individual.
Okay.
But you don't have any like specifics as to, like, you would expect a prioress to have some visual distinction in her habit to indicate her status and rank. But your description was so vague, there's no way of knowing for sure. But it could very well match a nun or the prioress, or just some other person with long hair in a blue dress or robe.
Right.
So
right.
who knows?
The fact that so many disappearances originated with the orphanage, and they happen to have blue robes, I doubt it's a red herring. It could be, but I honestly don't have many other leads to follow. Assuming Pickles doesn't come up with anything.
Yes. So it's been about
Are there
15.
any
It's been about 15 minutes
kids?
now.
Still nothing?
Are there any like kids around that we can see, or if we like?
No. Or you can,
It's
if you'd like, you could wander around.
Is there a window in this office?
Yes, there are 2 windows. So there is. I'll describe it. It is probably was like a parlor or a music room back when this was a grand home. So there are 2 arched windows in the, what would that be? The north facing back wall of the structure. And then there's a relatively, it's very old, but a relatively grand desk kind of situated between those 2 windows with just enough room for like a chair and like a credenza behind it. And then there are doors leading to the east and west that are covered by sort of built-in bookshelves.
Okay. Do these windows open?
It looks like, I mean, you go over, just kind of casually look. It looks like they probably did at one point, because there's a little bit of a mechanism, but it's been painted over and over and over again.
Yep. Okay. Well, the more we wait, the more suspicious the prioress becomes.
Also, the mist is very thick outside.
Yeah.
Like you can see it like lapping up against the bottom few inches of the windows.
It may have crossed my mind to tactically prepare a window to open.
I mean, it would be super easy to bust them out.
Yeah, but I wanted to make it look natural.
Or you could tinker tool it to try to see if you could loose it without breaking it.
I really don't want to risk that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So,
how about we go try to see what's taking her so long?
Sure. And if
Sounds
we
good to me.
see
Are
other
you
stuff
being
of
sneaky
interest,
or are
we're
you
acting natural, like
Okay.
we're don't realize that we're not supposed to be doing it, or
all right? I will say you wander around for maybe a couple of minutes before just for the sake of simplicity, the same nun sees you and says, "Oh, did you see? If you're looking for the way out, it's this way."
We were just wondering what was taking the prioress so long.
Oh, I spoke to her several minutes ago, and she said that as soon as her prayers were done, she would come to see you. She must have just gotten sidetracked. One of the children maybe needed something from her.
Does she reside on premises?
Oh, yes,
or
we
does
all
she
do.
have a okay. Would it be possible to check to see if she did? Because we don't want to be waiting all night for someone who may not show up.
Of course, it looks the mist is
Yeah.
rather thick tonight.
Yeah, but would it be possible to stay here tonight? Actually,
Oh,
because
no.
the mists are.
No,
You would have us go outside and.
they're
in the
not dangerous
mists?
anymore. It's
what
just,
about my date?
oh, you're going on a date. That's lovely.
Yeah, we're gonna get food.
I mean, if it were dangerous, we would make some sort of accommodation,
Right. Very well.
but it's fine.
But yeah, could we like if the prioress is finished, as you said, could you check to see if she did retire for the evening?
Yes, I'll and knowing that you have a date to go to, I'll be quick about it.
Okay.
5 minutes pass, and she go ahead.
I follow her stealthily.
Okay, go ahead and make a stealth check.
Are we supposed to also follow stealthily?
Don't know.
Well, as she leaves, I'm like, I'm going to follow her.
Okay.
Just to.
You're leaving me here with him?
Yes.
That would be a 21.
Okay. She got an 11, so I will just say that you're able, with your little flappy but soft goblin feet, to and your ability to see in the dark.
I'm still wearing the plate armor.
So is that does it provide disadvantage?
It does not, because it's arcane armor and gives me both proficiency and advantage if it has disadvantage.
Okay, cool.
So like it cancels
Negates
out.
it. Yeah, cool. But still, you're able to see in the dark, so you can stick to the shadows. And you're, even though you were very law abiding, you can be sneaky when you need to be. She doesn't she goes and checks in on a large room. And you even hear, as she approaches, some giggling and whispering, and she opens it up, and then there's a hush, and she's like, "Now, children, it's almost bedtime. If you've said your prayers and done your ablutions, time to quiet things down. I'll come back in a few moments and turn down the lantern. Has anyone seen the prioress?" And then you hear a few voices say no. All right, then. And then she will head upstairs and knock on a big, heavy wooden door. Prioress. And she will reach into, pull a little chain out of a pocket and unlock the door and go in and, "Prioress, are you in here?" Well, how strange. Maybe she was called away. And she'll step back and lock the door again, and she begins making her way back downstairs.
I try to double time it to make it back to the group before she gets back.
Yeah, no problem. Easy enough. Yeah. And then she comes back. It's like, she must have been called out. I haven't searched everywhere, but I don't see her. It's
Don't
not
you
that.
think that's strange?
Well, it's possible that a parent with a sick child might have called upon her. It does happen.
Immediately after you talked to her?
Well,
mere minutes following?
And didn't pass us?
I mean, the prioress is a very important person and is often called upon to help those in need. It's a bit unusual that she didn't say anything, but if it was a serious situation, she would have been honor bound to respond. And sorry, no offense, but a few visitors asking questions are less important than the health and safety and well-being of a child.
That is the exact reason why we're here.
Yes, I understand. I can certainly, if you'd like to leave her a note, or I can certainly make sure that when she comes back, she knows, and I'm sure she'll be happy to send for you at a time when it's convenient to speak. But the mist is getting thick, to your point.
It is.
And you do have a date to go to. Congratulations. I hope it goes well.
Thanks to me too.
But if she was called away on an errand, I can't know for sure when she'll come back. And if the mist is particularly thick tonight, she might not come back until morning.
Okay.
Well,
I appreciate the assistance that you've attempted to
well,
give us.
and I appreciate that you're trying to find out if any of our children might be under threat.
One last little you may have overheard from the town crier that I was inquiring about a person with blue clothing carrying a satchel. We trailed them into town yesterday and lost track of them. They were leaving the house where we found this construction. So it's possible that someone is impersonating a member of your order. I know.
That'd be very troubling.
It would.
Well, I can assure you I've seen no one unusual or suspicious around the priory.
Good.
But I will speak to the other nuns, and obviously the prioress when she returns, and have everyone be on their guard.
Do you know if anyone was out of town yesterday?
No.
It would be about. It would have been about afternoon for the. How long did it take us to get to the?
Oh, like 15 minutes. So it would have been in the, and you spent a little bit of time there and came back, so it would have been like mid-morning.
Oh, right. But the window of time for the person of interest to leave town, go there, and come back would have been 30 minutes.
Oh, well, you don't know. What you don't know from the raccoon is when exactly that happened.
Right, but it did happen.
It could have happened
after
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
You have no idea.
Well, actually, this stuff that
you know
there's
that
less stuff there.
Yes.
And was dragged out.
Yes. That you know that, and that happened sometime between last night and when you showed up, probably.
Okay.
So
I'm just trying to get the timeline in order.
But you don't know for sure.
Okay.
And
so it could have happened over the night.
It could have happened overnight. It could have happened, or that individual could have made multiple trips. Don't know. Yeah. You don't know if that individual, when they grabbed that stuff, went for sure back to town. Yeah. All you know is that the raccoon was able to identify a person bigger than them with long hair and a blue dress or robe.
Yep.
As an individual that they had seen.
Feel free to chime in, fellow players, because I'm
look for these dolls. If you see any of these dolls, definitely let us know.
Children have a number of dolls, yes.
Like this, though.
Not precisely like that.
With this
porcelain
construction.
Yeah, this is a very high quality doll. Most of ours are cast-offs from, children here in the village who outgrow dolls. Well, but I'll keep an eye out.
Please do. And no. Thank you for your time.
Really quick, I just asked her really quick. Has she seen anything like this doll before?
No. I mean, she's seen dolls before, and she's seen nice dolls before, but like particularly, does this look familiar to her in terms of the same maker? No.
Well, or does the face look familiar at all?
No.
Okay.
But she was not here. She was here in town, but she was not a member of the priory. She wasn't working here when those two children disappeared.
Yeah, on second thought, if it's all right with you, I'd like to wait maybe 10, 15 more minutes, just in case that the prioress
Sure.
is busy with something and manages to come back.
Yep.
Because time is of the essence. I'm sure you.
Yep. I'll go put the
I'm sure
younger
you're aware.
kids to bed, and I'll come back. And
Okay.
is there anything you want to do during the 10 or 15 minutes?
I would like to go up to that bedroom.
Okay. Do you all go?
I have a disadvantage on stealth, so I'll be
I could probably
lookout.
go.
Okay. So Juliet will stay behind in the lobby, basically, or in the entry hall.
I'll be like, oh, they went to the bathroom.
Sure.
Together. Yeah.
So go ahead and give. Yeah,
No
that's
balls.
fine. Go ahead and give me stealth checks, Harlow and Ducky.
20.
Cool.
14.
Cool. Yes, you are able to. You don't like fall down the stairs or accidentally open the wrong door or do something else to call attention to yourselves, since no one's actively looking. And you find yourself at that heavy wooden door.
I would like to put my large goblin ear up against it.
Yep.
Listen to see if anyone's inside.
Perception.
For a total of 7.
You do not hear anyone.
I don't hear anyone, so I would like to use my thieves' tools to try to pick the lock.
Do it.
That would
Dexterity
be-
plus proficiency.
Okay.
Assuming
This-
you're proficient.
I am.
Yeah.
I am. Although this roll doesn't seem like it.
You're the
That would be
boon.
an 8.
And we have
Total.
we have tons of boons and things that we should probably use.
I would like to
yeah.
re-roll
Yes.
if possible.
Yes.
Much better. 23. 18 plus 3 plus the 2 proficiency.
Oh yeah. Easy.
23.
Yeah. You might have been able to make it with the 8. Actually, you probably wouldn't have been able to make it with the 8, but you could have made it with like not much higher than that. It is not a complicated lock. But you pick it extremely quickly and you don't like leave any marks or anything like that. It doesn't make any sound. Yes, very quickly you hear it click. And you can make your way in.
After you.
Then you lock Harlow in
Harlow.
and then
He just pushes
Okay.
me in.
and then book it. And then everything in the room animates and attacks Harlow and kills him.
You are more perceptive than I
It's
am.
about time.
Cool. So yes.
I don't wear these thick glasses for nothing.
Yes. So you are in it's a combination bedroom sitting room. There's like a little settee and a small there's like a little writing desk and a chair up against the wall and then a relatively modest bed.
Okay. And she's not in the bed?
No.
Just to confirm.
Yeah. The room is you look in first and do not see anyone.
Gotcha. I would like to beeline towards the writing desk.
Yes. And
Yeah,
investigate it?
Investigate it, look for false bottoms of drawers and that sort
Certainly.
of thing.
Certainly.
What are you doing, Harlow?
Are there bookcases or anything around, or like?
Sure. Yes. There's a single bookcase. Would you like to investigate that?
Yes.
All right. Give me those rolls, though.
16.
Okay.
I got a 16 as well.
Beautiful. So you find multiple different accounts of the life of Saint Othel, who is a relatively wide. There's a relatively widespread veneration of Saint Othel anywhere that the Lamentine Church touches. They do tend to have they play a vital role in society. They don't tend to be particularly political. And various different monarchs have favored the followers of Saint Othel as a way of keeping the poor in line by funding works that are designed to support them and at least looking to be philanthropic. So if you would like to learn more about St. Othel's position in the Lamentine Church, in the hierarchy of the saints, you certainly have every opportunity to do so, although you don't have a lot of time. There are some natural history books. There are some local history books. There are a relatively large number of, I think we would call them travelogues. So maybe sort of historical, but probably not super accurate accounts of distant lands.
Any how to learn tailoring at home or surgery for dummies or
no, there are a few in with the natural history. There are a few books of medical remedies and things like that. Particularly things that are applicable to childhood illnesses.
Gotcha.
There are numerous books of instruction, and there's a small section of language primers.
Gotcha. And through this Saint Awful stuff, it's not like every first word of every paragraph spells out a message like "I am the evil villain of the."
It would take a significantly more time and a much higher investigation check to detect that.
Okay.
And it's awful, not awful.
I'm just.
How dare. Negative inspiration. So Ducky investigates the little writing desk. There's a ledger keeping the accounts of the priory, and you can see someone, almost certainly the current reeve, has given a fair amount of gold. Like there's even a note that an unnamed donor gave this amount and then complained about how expensive it is to support orphans, like for literally an hour and a half. It's like, are you telling me it costs this much per orphan to keep them from dying? That's ridiculous. It ought to be like a copper a year. And then, St. Othel be with me, grant me strength to deal with this, but never mind. He is blessed for giving us this, and it will see the children through the winter. So you're pretty sure you know who it is that they're talking about. There's a reference to a trio of individuals who came by offering free lessons at the dance school. Like in particular, a certain satyr named Mirth was very interested in oh, you have a lot of orphans. I love orphans. You should send them all to me and we can teach them to dance. And the prioress was maybe a little bit suspicious about that.
Okay.
Because there is a orphan child that stays with Mirth who is quite obviously evil and probably murderous.
Does it? I don't want to meta this at all, but I was kind of under the assumption that they are not targets of suspicion in this thing, but
who knows?
Maybe the whole we take unwanted children and turn them into dance assassins is a good place to look for missing children.
I mean,
dolls that assassinate.
It's reasonable to be suspicious of those particular people because they are known to do horrible, horrible things.
I get
they murder angels and set undead armies on unsuspecting towns. It would be weird not to suspect them. Although this seems very small scale compared to their other shenanigans.
I guess me as a player assumed that there was sort of a...
You as a player assume correctly, but...
Gotcha.
But given that those individual characters are in town, they for sure, some of them for sure would have come and oh, hey, cool, can we have all your orphans?
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, if Harlow knew them, like even knew of them, he would probably be suspicious
Yeah,
immediately.
all the characters should be super suspicious. Particularly given that at least one of them is is all about stealing children. I'm sorry, helping children by turning them into an army of criminals. And they are not super chill as a group about like just talking about that in public in front of people. So it is a known thing.
Yeah.
So you probably all feel somewhat ambivalent about the presence of these people. But I will say,
although their obviousness would preclude them from suspicion.
Yeah, I would say if all of a sudden all the orphans went missing, and then you'd be like, they're probably over at the dance school. For sure.
Okay.
They are not subtle people. Whatever's happening is probably planned and in more than one step. And probably the plan doesn't change every 5 seconds. So that is the one thing that is the saving grace of having you not suspect them. Because they probably would have decided instead to just burn the whole city down.
Gotcha. I thought that was worth bringing up.
Yeah. They're super duper sus, but you don't have them. You don't have them at the top of your pegboard in your office as potential suspects.
Gotcha. Cool.
Oh, yes. You investigate the desk. You don't find...
Okay, never mind. I thought that was about... Never mind.
That was Harlow in the bookcases.
Gotcha.
You investigate the writing desk. So we went through the fact that you have the ledger that recounts some very uncomfortable, weird interactions with certain individuals. Nothing super suspicious there. You do see in the ledger that Priory funds were used to buy... there's a transaction. It's not a massive transaction, but it was maybe like 20 gold, which is a lot. And in fact, it was a significant portion of the money that Port gave them after complaining about it was actually used in a single transaction to buy something. And it's noted in the ledger as visiting merchant, Verret. Other than that, the ledger contains nothing more than turnips and whatever. I mean, nothing stands out other than that.
And this ledger is presumably in the...
it's literally right there on top of the desk.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and you look through the drawers. Spare pens, spare nibs, just kind of random collection of things. A little small, like a prayer book kind of thing. Nothing that really stands out. None of the drawers are locked because the room is locked. In the bottom and largest drawer, you detect some sort of residue. Like, because you have dark vision, you look in it, you see little rings of some sort of residue in the bottom. The drawer is otherwise empty.
And I use one of my tinkerings to imbue a tiny non-magical object like a hammer or like a little tiny wrench with light, with a radius of 5 feet, with dim light out another 5 feet. So I use it to look in there, so it's no longer like super dim. I can and
you can see now clearly. You can see the color. There's some sort of and maybe if you touch it, slightly tacky, almost resinous residue. It looks like, I mean, you're not the smartest creature in the world, but you're smart enough to realize that there was some sort of jar, vial, some sort of container, or several of them equal size that were sitting in this drawer, probably filled with some sort of liquid. that leaked. Or like, you know how like if you open a jar of something and pour it out and then put it back in, that maybe a little bit kind of leaks around, and it's not perfect circles, like you can see like where maybe some dripped on the side and then spread around the side, so it's like more of a crescent shape.
Yeah.
And it is bluish and very faintly sparkly, so it doesn't look like honey or
bells?
do you
Okay.
you could make an Arcana check, I think.
Okay. Sure.
Or a medicine check theoretically, but
18.
you don't know that you're racking your brain. You're racking your brain for anything. Yeah, it doesn't look like any typical, like, it doesn't look like booze. It doesn't look like food stuff. And there aren't any medicinal substances that you're aware of that are blue and sparkly. So
Am
it
I
is
familiar with like types of ink,
yes.
like including like potentially magical ink?
It's probably not opaque enough to be ink or paint.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's very now that it's dried, it's very kind of resinous and translucent and sparkly.
If there's any I can like scrape up,
Easy enough.
I taste it. Does it taste like blood?
No.
No.
It's faintly bitter, kind of like alum.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's a lot more bitter than it should be, just given you're touching a little dried piece to your tongue, but it's not like super unpleasant. So it is bitter. There's a faint kind of floral smell, but it's more like when you breathe out after you taste that, you kind of go, and then there's a little bit of a floral bouquet to it. Not quite rose, but in that vein.
I pocket this little bit. Maybe Juliet would be able to help.
Sure. She could eat it and absorb whatever its essence is, and we can see what happens to her when it happens.
Exactly.
Love it.
Are you letting me know about it, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'll come over and do a medicine check too.
Yes.
See if I know anything about it.
Yes.
Okay, 7 + 5 is 12.
Yeah, you are not aware. You are not aware of it being any kind of natural remedy. But since you're over here close, and you do have, and there's light now, and you have a 15 passive perception, you notice two things. You notice that under, kind of at the foot of the bed, are a pair of boots that are rather not. They look like gardener's wellies or whatever. They're a little bit mud encrusted. There's some leaves stuck in the mud. So kind of outdoorsy boot. They don't look particularly clean. And maybe in the little chest at the bottom of the bed, it's closed, but there's a little scrap of cloth hanging out that is very easy for you to like maybe take a look at. It looks very much like a habit in kind of a gray blue. But it is stained. It's got mud at the hem. It's got some green, just like sap and grass stains on it. And there are a few areas, if like you can easily pull it up and look at it. There are a few areas where maybe it's gotten snagged on twigs or thorns.
Possibly used from coming from that house.
Who knows?
You don't get grass stains by walking in the street.
Typically.
True.
So I'm saying, you've been looking at books, you've been reading ledgers. That's probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should probably leave.
Yeah.
We got what we wanted.
Do you lock the door behind you?
Yes.
Okay.
I was going to say.
Yeah, easy enough. You put things back more or less the way you found them. Maybe like a really high investigation check would notice this.
Except,
go ahead. Yes.
I take a piece of paper from the desk, fold it in half, write "we know," and set it on the bed.
Oh, okay. Cool. So you head back down, and just for the sake of narrative, you get down just in time for the nun to come back. Well, it doesn't appear she's back yet. She's probably staying. She'll probably be back in the morning. I will let her know that you go. And the mist is getting quite thick, so you probably should go now. And I also need to retire to my chamber.
Yes, please let us know if she if she decides to hear our request.
Yes, of course. So you
Thank
make your way out into the mist.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Cool.
We take the little the cage with the thing in it.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
It
Some of the
is.
blue stuff.
It is quite misty, in fact. Thank goodness for all the Luxifers, or else this would potentially be a bad night. And you're probably maybe rushing a little bit or moving a little bit quicker than normal because you'd like to get back to the part of town where the industrial Luxifers are making it very safe.
And my date, because food.
Yes, yes. I'm going to say Juliet and Harlow hear some clacking and groaning, but not like a voice groaning, but like a groaning,
like an undead horse groaning and clacking.
maybe more like the sound that a pier will make, because there's a number of little small piers that go out into the river, and like when the current is strong, that there's a little bit of vibration or groan.
Okay.
Or that
Carriage or
the
something?
hull of a ship might make just kind of a creaky groan noise. What would you like to do?
Can I see anything in the direction of the sound?
Yeah, we can make a perception check. Disadvantage. Because mist.
I mean, I'm
That's
going to
a
be looking around too.
24. Damn it. Okay, 7.
Okay.
First one was a 24 with 6.
No.
Yeah.
You see movement in the mist all around you, because that's the way the mist works. Harlow, you said something?
Yeah, I was going to say I was going to help with that.
This is a hard situation to actually provide assistance with.
Yeah.
Okay. Then do I just do a perception check
Yeah,
too?
sure.
Okay.
Ducky can too.
I don't know anything.
Well, you definitely notice.
Natural one.
You definitely notice Juliet suddenly turn around and look.
It doesn't matter what I roll now.
And at that point, I would
Yeah.
say that any disadvantage on your hearing check, because you're not paying attention, goes away. So it's easier to hear than it is to see. So yes, you are aware something's up. What'd you get there, Harlow? Disadvantage?
Yeah, I got a 1 + 5, so 6.
Yeah, no.
Well, my lowest is a 2, so total of 3.
Yeah. It's not that you don't see anything. It's that because you're on alert, you see lots of things. And because you're listening, you hear lots of things. You hear maybe the tinkling of wind chimes. You hear just like a faint snatch of laughter. You hear mumbled voices. You hear footsteps, like marching footsteps, but like very echoey, as if from a great distance. You hear low rumbling and high swooshing and a variety of noises. And it's hard to tell if that kind of creaky groaning sound was just part of that or it was something else. There is a crack, however, that is very easy to hear, a kind of a tinkling crack and a zzz sound. And it's darker.
Lucifer went out.
Yeah. And then
That's not good.
a little bit further away, another bang, bang, crack, zap. As another one goes out. You are now in darkness and mist. What do you do?
Just keep heading in the direction of the town.
How far away are we from like the better section of town?
Oh, like 5-10 minute walk. Not that far.
And
Oh,
how
a
far
very
are we?
quick run.
How far are we from the orphanage?
Oh, maybe like a minute.
Okay, so we could turn around and go back to the orphanage and say, the Luxifers just went out. Can we stay here?
Yeah.
But that would mean that you miss your date.
Do they have food here?
I mean, they probably feed the orphans. Or you could eat the orphans. So, yes.
Yeah, that is an option.
They also have furniture and wallpaper and all kinds of other things that SJ could eat anything. You can eat dirt if you want.
So 10 minutes minimum to get back to the better part of town.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's probably 10 minutes if it's a brisk walk to get to the Happy Hearth. So past the center of town and even further to the northeast. And there is an industrial Luxembourg very near the Happy Hearth. It's not in the nicer part of town, but it's very safe. It's one of the gathering points that people come to if things get bad. So, your choice. What do you do?
Do I know where the Luxifers are that went out?
Yes, they are the one that you passed most immediately, and then the one that was closest to in the direction that you were going along this main kind of southern thoroughfare.
And am I familiar as a tinkerer with how Luxifers work? Like, would I be confident that I might be able to repair one?
I mean, Decky would certainly be confident. Now, whether you'd be able to or not is a whole other situation. It's largely dependent upon the type of damage.
Gotcha.
If the glass sphere itself is cracked, then it has to be replaced, has to be rebuilt. If it was just like that, the glass housing that contains the mechanism that was damaged and one of the connections or wires that was severed, then yeah, probably could.
Did we hear glass shattering?
Yes.
Okay.
But they're in a protective glass casing to protect the mechanism, and then there is a glass sphere at the heart of the mechanism itself, and it's hard to tell which you heard. You heard cracking or smashing, and then a zapping sound. So you can't really tell from quickly hearing a few sounds. You can't really diagnose the sort of damage that was done to that mechanism. So it could be either.
Fair, absolutely. I just want to get a proper proper knowledge of the situation.
Yes,
because I'm different from my character.
True.
I think we should just keep going.
I'm fine with going. Just
Sure.
keeping going.
But like quickly and trying to be aware of people.
I'll just stick with Ducky with whatever she's planning.
Cool. Why didn't everyone give me a perception check at disadvantage, please?
I do have that light, the ability to. It's not the light spell, so it's at most
a little bit smaller.
10-foot radius.
Yeah. Still disadvantage.
But I would have that. Okay.
7.
Cool.
I did great on my first roll. It's the second one that gets me.
I got a natural 20 and a natural 1.
Cool. We'll take that natural 1.
You sure?
Yeah, for sure.
Which of us has the highest perception?
Me and Harlow both have, I think, +5.
So my lowest was I rolled a 4 + 5, but my passive perception is higher than that. So
yeah,
I think if we have a boon, one of us, one of you two, should spend it to reroll.
Yeah,
if we have it.
So we have to reroll twice, or are we just rerolling this bad one?
Your choice. You can reroll both die, or you can reroll one of them. Doesn't bother me. If you want to use a major boon. Major boons are major boons.
Then maybe I should reroll because, like, it's. If
you reroll the one, I mean, yeah.
And so,
sure.
I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
But I mean, mine was a 19. I have +5.
Then,
So it's
oh yeah,
probably more
Yeah.
likely that I get
Yeah.
a higher.
yep, absolutely.
Cool. Use that
Nope.
major boon.
Yep. I got a 10. So
Plus.
no, 5 + 5. That's
Okay.
10.
Cool. So Harlow and Sierra, I mean, in this kind of a scenario, you can't get lower than a 10 because that is your passive -5, which is the effect of being disadvantaged. But a 10 is nowhere near enough. Cool. So you guys are aware that there is potential shenanigans happening, but you are not perceptive enough to pick on it. So you're going to be surprised. We should probably get some initiative.
Oh, yay.
I had to reach for my book. I knew there's a reason that I needed like something to write with and paper.
17.
4.
8.
Cool.
Dang, I'm not going to be able to snag Juliet in the first round again.
I could do it to you though.
Very true.
So Juliet does nothing.
Oh.
Because you surprised. There's not really a surprise round.
Yeah.
It's just that you are not able to take actions in the first round. And something comes lurching out of the mist. You get a brief glimpse at it as it attacks. Oh, it attacks me throwing my die on the floor. It attacks Harlow.
As it should.
Yes. 23
Damage?
Hits.
Or
to hit.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'm already dead.
Ooh, for 10 points of damage.
Okay.
So the creature's large. It's a little hard, partly because, Ducky is the only source of light. Your little hammer or whatever is the only source of light, and you're probably shining it around. You all hear or sense movement rushing over, and then just there's this brief moment, partially obscured by the mist, as something rears over Harlow and just reaches out with a claw, some part of its body, and just rakes it across Harlow from like shoulder down to waist. You can tell it has a number of faces.
Good. It's not an SJ. I was like,
But it's hard to get an idea of exactly what it is. The shape is not entirely regular.
Would you say that those faces had a porcelain type?
Yes, it looks like there are a
glint
number of, there's a collection of doll-like faces where the head of a creature might be.
Okay.
But then as it moves back into the mist, you can tell it's moving on more than 2 feet. It has an unusual kind of arrhythmic gait.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Harlow and Duck do nothing. Juliet, what do you do?
I'll probably ask them, we running or fighting?
Can we answer if it's not our turn?
Yeah.
Fucking
Ow.
both. Okay. I won't task. I was gonna do entangle behind us as we ran, but that's probably not gonna work if they're going after me. So I'll use where do I know where it is right now?
It seems like it came from one side,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe a little bit from your front. Like it kind of ran in, attacked, and then ran back out to the other side, but also a little bit to your front.
And I could do entangle like on the side of us, so that if it goes on that side, so I'll do that.
Yeah, you can just like based on your. Does entangle have to be a spot you can see?
Let me see. Spar out from the ground in a 20-foot radius, starting from a point within range.
So it does not have to be a point you can see. Cool. So you can just kind of guess it. I think. Oh, maybe survival? Just to like, try to call upon your primal senses and like, I know it's misty, but I heard it and
Sense the vines in the ground or
Yeah, yeah.
something.
give me a survival
Uh-oh.
check to see how successful you are at.
Well, I got a 10, so.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and just roll me a percentile. Or a d20, doesn't matter.
70.
Okay.
Hold on. I need the 10. Where's my 10? 73.
Cool. So you entangle an area. What else would you like to do?
I don't think I have bonus.
Is this entangled area in the path that we would need to run through?
No, it's on the side.
Yeah, it's definitely on the side.
Okay,
Well, the point of origin for sure is on the side.
gotcha.
I don't think I can.
And you
really
didn't
do
roll
anything
that
else.
bad, so I will say that, you're fairly certain you're not going to have to pass through it. I don't think you have a bonus action. You have movement you can take.
Yeah, I'll start running towards the direction of the town.
Cool. So you move 30 feet forward. All right. You hear something coming up near you.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think a 20 will hit you.
Yes.
Seven points of damage.
Okay. Am I able to use?
You can use a reaction at any time if you have
That's
a
what
reaction.
I was gonna. Yeah, I was gonna use my Halo of Spores. Is that?
Oh, when a creature enters it, yes.
But it is when a creature I can see moves into a space within 10 feet of me.
Yes.
Okay.
And I will say you can see it when it attacks you.
Okay. So 2.
It has to make a Constitution saving throw. It got a 15.
Oh, it passes. It's
Okay.
a 13.
Okay, so it takes no damage. Then it is going to rear up. But a 15 on that one to hit.
Oh, it doesn't hit.
Okay, cool. So it gallops, fast crab walks. It's very weird. It's the movement is a kind of herky jerky, but this thing looms into your dark vision. So it's just like weird, swirly gray shape. Another kind of appendage comes out and just slams you upside the head. And then it rears back and tries to drive one of its other appendages that it's currently walking on, like through you. And that you're able to twist out of the way of. Like maybe it hits you and knocks you back a little bit, but it doesn't do any damage. And then it's going to slink off into the darkness. Now, because you are no longer surprised, you could take a shot at it.
As a reaction,
Yes.
as like an attack of opportunity.
Yes. You could
And
you could try to
the-
physically attack it.
The halo of spores or whatever did not consume her
Oh,
reaction.
no, it did. You're right.
Yeah, it did.
You used your action. So no, you may not. So it's going
In the
to
future.
quickly just like lurch. So it goes from being this thing that you can see it like sort of clearly into being just a shape in the darkness to then just being swirling mist. the noises, the sounds, the voices, the footfalls, the creaks, and the tinkling music in the mist is stronger now. As are the faint suggestions of forms and faces that kind of, ephemerally manifest and then get blown away as there is no wind, by the way, but yet the mist churns. Probably shouldn't be out in it. It is Harlow's turn.
The only thing, so I can't see any of the creatures right now, or the creature.
No, all you see is weird manifestations of stuff in the mist. You probably did hear Juliet, ow, as she was attacked, and she is 30 feet away from you in the direction of town.
So, what I'm probably gonna do. Let's see.
Generally, we're talking about the Imperial Helm.
That's that one. That's just one creature. Okay. The only thing I can think of to do right now is use Thunderclap.
Okay. To do.
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Please read your spells.
Yeah.
As a character right next to you, please read your spells.
Yeah, I do know what it does.
Okay. Just checking.
And it's Thunderclap, not Thunderwave. Thunderwave would be a whole other situation.
Yeah.
It's easy now.
Yeah, that's not going to do anything
No.
that I'm planning on it to do anyway. So, I'm probably just going to.
Right. It's easy conversions.
I'm probably just going to do Cure Wounds on myself right now.
Okay. I mean, that's completely reasonable.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I remember from.
So let's see. That's
And science classes. That
1d8 plus spellcasting modifier.
gram one.
Where's my d8?
1 cubic centimeter. Which is 1 mil.
I finally started finding.
Cool. So you heal yourself up.
Yep. Heal myself up 5 points.
And do you have a move? Would you like to move? Would you like to go run toward Juliet? Or stay where you are?
I'm going to run toward Juliet,
Cool.
which I'm guessing is towards town also.
Yeah. In the general direction. Will you go ahead and give me a perception check on the way?
Sure.
Disadvantage because it's site based.
Yeah, 9 plus 5, that's 14. Or, ouch. 7.
Okay. You do not notice the space looming, the figure looming in the darkness that had kind of cut back in this direction until you leave its space. It was kind of waiting for someone to run forward. And you run right past it, and it's going to reach out and touch you for 17. No, sorry, say 16 to hit.
Which hits, yeah.
Cool. 10 points of damage. As you feel, it's like someone like hits you in your back or upper back with like a nail gun. You just feel this like sharp impact and puncturing of your flesh, and then you stumble forward. But you can continue your movement. It just whipped a appendage out and stabbed you. Speared you as you went by.
Are we sure this isn't an SJ?
Duck.
What's the visibility range right now? Like, am I able to see them? Or like
No.
no?
No.
Okay.
It is light obscurement within 5 feet of you
Gotcha.
and full obscurement beyond that.
Okay. Even though I have the light thingy.
Yes.
Okay. Is that helping at all?
It helps within 5 feet of you.
Okay. That's good enough for me. I move 30 feet
Yeah.
towards them.
Yeah.
Stopping, of course, if I see anything.
Yeah, and I will say you're following, and the fact that you have the light on, you can kind of just get a sense that there's something, so you can make a little bit of a detour. I mean, I should have made Juliet and Harlow move at half speed because it's almost like being blind, but who cares? But yeah, we'll say that this gives you the opportunity to skirt a little, do a little detour around, so you don't have to. I mean, it used its reaction already, but for flavor's sake, use like, something's there, and you can join up with your friends or close to it. Is your movement 30 feet or is it
35
less? 35 feet? Oh, because you're so yes. Even with a detour, you can get to them, or you can stop where you are.
I would like to stop once I like notice something.
Yes,
do my actions, and then, if possible, continue.
for sure.
Yeah. If I get a sense that something's there,
Yeah.
I'm gonna charge up my lightning launcher. And
Yes.
try to blast it.
Are you getting up right next to it, or are you doing
No,
it from distance?
No,
Okay.
like from maybe 10 feet away.
Okay. Is it an attack roll or a save?
It's an attack roll.
So it will be a disadvantage.
Yep. That would be an 8 to hit. Although my higher roll was a natural 20.
Aww.
So,
don't you hate it when the environment makes things harder than they ought to be?
mm-hmm.
Yeah. So no, there's a sizzling, sparking, but it doesn't work.
I would like to move my remaining movement towards them.
Yeah.
And then bonus action, hide.
Do you have the cage with you?
Oh yeah. Do you have the cage with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably do.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Cool. So you hide. Go ahead and make your stealth check. Because you are fully obscured.
Big 5.
Wow.
Rolled a 2.
We'll say that, thank you, SJ. We'll say that the result, that low roll, is not because you're suddenly bad at stealth when you're completely obscured, but it's because the doll begins rattling the cage.
I know what I want to do next turn.
Cool. See now.
Don't stroke the beard.
I'm just saying.
Quick, Harlow, if we stroke ours, it'll cancel his out.
It's not true.
Stroke
No, you get one up because you guys got 2 between you.
Why not?
I hate it when a DM says that.
Why not? Let's see. It's probably gonna miss.
I mean, we even got a third beard in.
It's probably gonna miss.
Also at the end of my turn, I would like to hand SJ the glowing mallet wrench thing.
Cool.
Just so she has the light.
So my
Is that what
low
we're doing each turn?
my low roll
No, because you go first.
was a 14 on the die, which makes it a 19 to hit Ducky.
Yep. Okay. That hits.
Does that hit Ducky?
Barely.
Okay. Yeah, I figure that's why I was thinking it was going to miss, but I rolled a 14 and an 18.
My AC is 18. So thank you very much.
Yeah. So you'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, I keep rolling them off. I'll just have to roll another one. And remember that I have a die under my couch now. Well, good. That was a 1. 13 points of radiant damage.
Radiant damage.
As a bolt of radiance slices through. And it's really cool to watch because you see this little flare of radiance coming from behind you. And then you can see it traveling through, like cutting a path through these whirling mists, streaking like a meteor.
That was how much?
14.
How many? 14? Okay.
Streaking directly toward Ducky. Ducky is struck, lifted off his feet, falls to the ground. I mean, you're not prone unless you're unconscious. And you are surrounded in this kind of coruscating, golden, glowing light.
I didn't bolt. Son of a...
Yes.
Dang it, Port.
Juliet.
But that means there's a caster, a divine caster, almost like a prioress.
And if someone was paying attention to turn order, the creature goes after Juliet. And this is something that went after Duck.
Yeah.
Yep. And
I was wondering why it wasn't my turn yet.
Yeah.
Could I cast Pass Without a Trace on all of us?
Yes. You certainly may.
Okay, so it's a veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection.
Yes.
For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, so just all of us and that stupid doll that's making a bunch of noise, has a plus 10 bonus to stealth checks and can't be tracked except by magical means. Leaves behind no tracks or other traces of its passage.
Yes. The doll, however, is not attempting to be stealthy.
Well,
that is perfectly fine. It won't live another round.
How dare you?
I'm trying to, because the problem is I can't heal both of you, so I'm trying to like get something that can maybe mask us so it's harder for them to hit us. I don't really know how it works all that well. It just seemed like the best thing to make it so
you
don't
just
keep
cast
getting
it.
hit.
And then if people want to take their action to stealth, they certainly can.
Is it SJ's turn?
Yeah.
Like still?
That was Juliet's action, yes.
Yep. Never mind.
Yeah, the alternative was either using one to heal you or spike growth and just hunkering down in place. Which with another caster does not seem like a good idea. But it doesn't feel like we're going to win this fight, so...
It's been one round. Well, sort of two.
Yeah, and Harlow and Ducky are already on death's door.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're...
I completely forgot about that silver barb spell or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep it in mind. Yeah.
You probably should. Cool. So,
Would have been good for that.
What does Juliet do? Juliet casts, you know that works within a 30-foot radius of you, so running away now is probably not a good idea. Is that right?
Right, it works within a 30-foot radius. I thought like that meant like it affects those in the 30-foot. It's just like a 30-foot radius of stealth.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's kind of
It's good. No, it's really awesome. It just means that you can't like cast it and then someone can run it like 20 miles away from you and still be stealth.
I didn't know
You
that.
could move 20-ish feet
Yeah.
forward, and we'd still be within the radius.
As long as they stay in the radius with me, though?
Yeah. They have to catch up.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll be like within the radius, but still move forward.
Okay,
a
so
bit.
you'll move 20 feet forward. So you cast and
then-
move.
Yes.
But remember, we are like 10 minutes away from town.
Yeah, how many turns does it take to get to town?
It's 10 turns a minute. So get ready for 100 turns of combat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Each round is 6 seconds. So, yeah.
Maybe we should have just done entangle on like both sides and oh well.
Who knows? Y'all gonna die. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I asked, Ducky said we're fighting and running, so that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. Cool.
Because that's what the characters would
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. So no one has had a chance to make a stealth check yet. So the spell is not technically in effect. Yes.
Oh, that's probably what I should have done. Is that like just a thing
It's an
that you can
action.
just always do?
Unless
It's
you
a
are
full action.
unless
Okay.
you are a rogue,
thought
it is
it
an
was.
action to hide.
Okay, cool. I don't feel bad then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm special.
yeah.
Because I can bonus action hide.
Yes. But like next round, you could action hide and then move, and then you'll be very stealthy. Cool. And it's a 50-50. It's not unintelligent. Never mind. You hear that quick scuttle come out of the darkness. Who has the light now? Juliet?
I do, yeah.
Cool. But you've got dark vision, so you are able to see this thing rear up in front of you, Ducky. It is going to attack you.
Okay.
And
remember, you have advantage because
Yes.
I'm glowy.
Yes.
Not me.
The high on that one is a 22.
What's the low one?
15.
15. Okay. What? I think you need to re-roll the. Yeah.
I think with Silver Barbs, it should re-roll the whole thing, right? It's re-roll, and if it was already advantage or already disadvantage, you re-roll, or do you pick one of the die? The spell description will say.
Good point. Either way, I want you to re-roll.
Yes. It's just whether I re-roll the roll.
Yeah.
I think I re-roll the attack.
I think so.
Oh no, you impose disadvantage is what happens.
Yeah.
Which means re-roll at a flat roll. So you remove the advantage.
Yeah.
Double check me. It's a new spell. I've only used it once or twice.
The triggering creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll.
Does it say anything about advantage, disadvantage, whether it's both or one?
You take the action when you see a creature within 60 feet of yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. Succeed on an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. Yes. So the triggering creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll. So the succeeding roll, which was the 20-something level.
Yes. Okay, got it.
That and use the lower roll.
Got it. Keep dropping things off my couch. That is going to be a 17.
Misses.
Beautiful. Now, what creature, and it's really between you and Harlow, or it, or the doll. It's a creature that can see that you give yourself advantage.
No, I get advantage.
Okay. So
that's how it works.
On your next attack, skill check, or save, you will gain advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. So it lurches out to grab you. Then it rears up to try to stab you with one of its weird, broken...
This thing is multi-attack.
Yeah.
Level 3. Wonderful.
Of course it does. Under certain circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be another 17, though.
That misses.
And it didn't have advantage because it was only the first attack that the glowing, coruscating divine light has now lifted off of you.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Yeah. I think it's going to stay put this time.
Good. Very good.
Cool. It's Harlow's turn.
Okay.
Hey, druids, maybe wild shaping to give you more health would be a good plan.
Well, at this level, they can mostly wild shape into stuff that is not super. I mean, a bear or something.
Well, an SJ.
That's more HP than 4.
That's true. Oh yeah, what is your hit points there, Harlow?
I'm at 8 right now.
Oh, okay.
Just saying, it might be a good idea.
And what is
You have more hit points than I do.
What is the limit in terms of challenge rating on the creatures that you can form?
Good question.
I don't know if I have your.
I mean,
I'll
I
look it up.
assume I could wild shape into an SJ.
Well, you wild shape into an animal, but your form is an SJ. That's kind of, you know what I'm saying?
You are a... What circle are you, Harlow? Circle of land?
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
not super
It's
high.
not great. I think 1/2.
Let us see. Wild shape. Of course, it doesn't say. No. You're all 3rd level, correct?
Mhm.
CR 1/4. So a wolf.
Hey, that's great.
Or you
And-
could take your chances
And
and hide.
you get pack tactics.
And it's right next to us.
Yeah.
See,
You could certainly move away from it to break line of sight and then take your action to hide, but that would mean that you have to move away from it.
yeah, I was just debating between. Let's see. I would have to take an action to go stealth, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think wild shape probably is the best idea for right now.
Cool. You take an action to wild shape. That's the thing about not being circle of the moon is it's not a bonus action, it's an action. So you form yourself into a wolf and then do what?
Flank.
Well,
You flank this.
Yeah.
You go
Wow.
on the other side of this to give me advantage on this roll because
Sure.
I whatever. Never mind.
yeah.
No, that's a perfectly fine idea.
It's a mechanical thing. What would Harlow do?
That is also an optional rule, but I'm fine with it.
And also with wolf tactics now.
Tactics.
Probably flank. Yeah.
Yeah.
Flank would probably make sense.
Yes, and you, by the way, you'll get advantage as long as you are adjacent. But you are smart enough to realize that okay, I'm gonna go and like harry its hindquarters to give Ducky a better shot. Duck.
And you now also have advantage on perception checks,
Yes,
which may help in this whole.
it will negate the
Decent.
disadvantage,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it increases your passive back to 15 from 10. I will say, Harlow, because that's also smell based, you are certain that there is a human in the mist.
Okay.
This smells like wood and ozone and brass and beef jerky and something you can't identify. And there is a human out in the mist. Not that far away.
Okay.
Which you would tell people, but you can't.
Yeah, I can't.
Would
'cause
you
I'm in
would
use
you
form now.
run after it, provoking an attack of opportunity?
You
now that
might.
You can sense it. I'm not going to tell you how to play your character. I'm just.
Yeah.
I know both of you haven't really
I knew, yeah.
played a whole bunch of D&D.
Yeah.
So
You could certainly stick around and help Ducky and focus on this creature, or you're probably the only person who knows where the human is. You could also just run off and try to attack them. That will provoke, however.
Yeah, I think I'll wait because honestly, I could just do it next round. So
Yeah.
I'll
Good
help
point.
Ducky because that was the plan to begin with. So
Awesome. It is Ducky's turn.
okay. I'm at 4 HP.
Yes. You should probably do something about that.
I'm carrying this cage with the thing in it.
Yes.
I'm going to hold this cage up towards the monster,
Yes.
and I'm going to cast Tasha's Caustic Brew through the cage into the creature,
Cool.
hitting both of them at the same time.
Yep.
That is a Dex 13 saving throw.
Cool. I will say the creature in the cage gets disadvantage because it's in a cage
Sure.
and it's 5 feet wide. Your caustic brew. There's
Yeah,
not
30 feet long and 5 feet wide.
Yep.
And I'm aiming it up so it doesn't hit Harlow directly behind. Like you said, this creature is large, and
Yeah.
I am small, so I
Yeah.
figured that there's some sort of elevation angle I can.
Yeah.
drive this thing
The
at.
doll gets a 12.
Cool. It dead.
Cool. You think.
Probably.
The larger creature also gets a 12.
Also, my save is a 13.
Excellent. So they both fail.
That's 6 points of acid damage at the start of each of its turns.
Okay.
Until it takes its action to wash it off
Yep.
or scrape it off.
I will say the doll is destroyed. Not, I mean, it has more hit points than 6, but it's probably damaged itself in its attempts to escape. So I will say, and it's been a while since it was activated, so we'll say the doll is just obliterated.
Okay.
And then there's a very pleasant sound that comes from the larger creature. You know how like the Vienna Boys Choir, they all sing in beautiful harmony. It's like that, but it's like someone has put the Vienna Boys Choir in like a press machine. So it's like it starts out a little bit of harmony and then it turns into wailing and screaming with multiple voices. Yeah.
I wouldn't know where it is. Okay, so that was my action.
Yes.
Also, I would like to apply Fury of the Small to my to the damage on the big creature, which is 3 extra damage. It takes no action, and it's
Does that apply to spell attacks?
when you damage a creature with an attack or spell.
Perfect.
And the creature's size is larger than yours.
Yep. Cool.
So that's just 3 extra damage on it. Also acid, I think, because it's the same.
Yeah, sure.
Whatever. And then I'm going to hide as an action, or as my bonus action.
Yes. I don't think that you're going to need to break line of sight. I don't think you have anything that allows you to hide with it, like being able to see you.
Gotcha. Okay.
Missed it. So.
Then I'm going to bonus action disengage
Yes.
and just run.
Easy enough. So you, and it's flailing around.
Actually, sorry. Bonus action disengage and run towards where the radiant thing happened.
Okay.
Where the radiant shot from me.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a survival check. Because you know, like, general direction. And you got like half a second of view. So you probably can move and just want to see how good you are at triangulating on the fly.
14.
Okay.
I apologize. It's hot in my room. I forgot that the plan was to flank this creature.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. So now we've got you in the back, 20-ish some odd feet. You are out of the range of
and they completely changed the plan on me.
yeah, you are out of, it's fine, he's a goblin. You're out of the range of Pass Without Trace. We got Harlow as a wolf, mano a mano with this horrible melting monster, and then we've got Juliet just chilling about 20 feet further away.
With a light.
And some individual stalking out in the mist. Cool. Yeah, that was Duck's turn. Okay. Sorry, I have to cut back to the thing. Oh, that's what it is. Why can't I unfortunately, there we go. I switched to look at Harlow's thing, and so I lost my character sheet for the thing. I wanted to see if that, I don't think that requires sight.
This wolf has better armor class than me.
Cool. It does. What would be appropriate? Oh, the wolf / Harlow is somewhat confused as apparating out of the mist is a faintly translucent, faintly glowing rod. Like a nice, like 3.5 foot long rod. That is then going to attempt to smack you.
I am confused.
Fine weapon. Or whatever it is.
Yeah, spiritual weapon.
Spiritual weapon. Great.
That is going to be +5 to hit. Does a 15 hit the wolf?
Yes, it does.
That's why you take out the spellcasters first.
I mean, it's true. Three. So 6 points of damage to the wolf. You hear a yelp as this rod comes cracking down on the wolf's back.
SJ would also hear this?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Or 20 feet away, for sure.
So just so I know, for mechanically speaking,
Yes.
the wolf currently reading this as hit points is 11, 2d8 plus 2.
11 is the hit points.
11 is
2d8 plus 2 is the 11 is the average of 2d8 plus 2, which is that's what it has 2 hit die, 2d8 hit die plus 3 for probably con or something.
Okay.
But yeah, you have 11 hit points, only now you have 3.
Okay.
But you are still a wolf.
Probably keep track. Okay.
And okay. So, Juliet.
Yes. So
There's a light show, there's splashing, there's sizzling and screaming of hideously distorted childlike voices. There's a wolf
the fact that
yelping.
they didn't come up.
They didn't come.
towards my
They didn't come
position,
towards
yeah.
you. There's all kinds of stuff going on.
All right, I'll go back towards their
Right.
direction.
Yep. There's a wolf and a slowly melting creature doing a little dance, and a glowing rod of some sort.
How do you see, like, if I were to change into something, how do I replace all my stuff?
You
Like, where are you
don't.
getting that from? Oh, okay.
You literally just go into D&D Beyond and search for the creature.
Oh, okay. I guess I could also wild shape, since that's what we're doing now.
You certainly can.
Mainly because I don't want to. I only have one more second level, and I feel like I'm gonna need it. And I don't think I can see anything anyway. So. Yeah, I'll use a wild shape into. Can I see the bad creature?
Yeah.
Or the spellcaster?
No.
Okay, I can't see the spellcaster.
No. They are hidden in the fog.
Okay, but I can see the big one.
Yeah. If you get close enough to see it, then yes. And just the yelping of the faint glow and the sound and the yelping of the wolf is enough that it's very easy for you to make your way toward that place. So yes.
Okay.
If you wish to be able to see it, you can see it.
Is Raboyo flanking the caster or the big one?
The big one.
Oh, okay.
And if you are a wolf, it doesn't matter as long as you're within 5 feet, or it's within 5 feet of one of its enemies, you get advantage. Pack tactics.
It's really good. It's really good. But
So I should also wild shape into a wolf.
Yes.
You don't have to.
And I recommend it. But I have 4 HP, so going base to base with this large monstrosity is not something that I think I would survive.
Probably.
So
Well, if you hadn't gone out of my hidey thing, you might have been able to.
wasn't helping regardless. I tried to hide, didn't work.
Didn't have.
Well, you would have had to move
You
first.
decided
Okay.
instead to, because you could have
Attack.
bonus action disengaged, then action hidden, and then
I already did my action.
yeah,
So-
because
Exactly,
you
that's
did
what
your
I was
action to melt the poor thing, to try
Yeah,
to
but
kill the
then-
children again.
But also, if I was carrying the thing in the crate with me,
You could have
that
left
would-
it behind.
That's you. We all know that's not going to happen.
Well, then what happens to Ducky is Ducky's own fault. That's all I'm saying. Ducky's desire to re-murder kids.
I'm a goblin. That's kind of the whole thing.
That's true. All right, so SJ, we get like a little bit of a tight shot on SJ as SJ just starts booking, and then the form kind of loosens as the illusion of a humanoid form becomes this kind of mass of vines that whip themselves together into a roughly wolf-like shape that then pads forward, lunges at the creature, I assume. So you're going to attack with advantage.
Okay. What do I use to attack?
It's the wolf's attack.
Just-
So you're biting. So it's a +4 to hit.
With advantage.
With advantage. So 2d20 +4.
2d20 plus 4?
Yep. But 2d20, take the higher and then add 4.
Oh, okay. Okay, 15, 19.
Yeah. All day. This is just like wood and springs and meat and porcelain. It's a little bit harder to hit than the actual dolls themselves, but not a lot.
Is this a creature?
D4 plus 2.
I mean, technically it's a creature.
It needs to succeed on a DC 11
Yes.
strength save.
That's true.
Okay, 4, 3, 8, 9. 9 piercing damage.
Awesome. So you do 9 piercing damage, and it got a 10 on its save. So it's knocked prone.
That's big.
Yes.
I mean, you already have advantage.
And
but-
it grants advantage on the next attack. It grants advantage on all attacks while it's prone, but
Mhm.
it's good. It's
I assume
advantageous.
advantage doesn't stack.
It does not. And it will have to use half of its movement to get up if it wants to move away, which is good.
Really the big thing.
It's super good. That was Juliet. Yes.
At the start of its turn, it takes 2d4 acid
Yes.
damage.
Roll it up.
4.
And also, it's within my
Yep.
range, right? Does Circle of Spore still apply?
Yeah. So why not? I mean, you're still a weird plant creature. So it needs to make a Constitution saving throw. That is a natural 1. So do your D4 damage.
I got 4.
Whoo! Excellent. It will stand because it's its turn. And it is going to lash out at evens odds. It's going to lash out at Harlow.
Of course.
This is karma for last time because it was
Yeah.
always me.
It's an 18, so it for sure hits.
Yeah.
That is, however, only 6 points of damage, which I think you are no longer a wolf,
Still puts, yeah.
and I think about 3 of that rolls over into your half elf form. So
Okay.
yeah, any that remains after you reduce the wolf to 0 rolls over into regular form.
Okay.
But it's standing still, so that just gets the 1 attack. Cool. Harlow, what you doing?
Oh,
Yeah.
well, now that I'm...
Do you have other wild shapes?
Yes, but I think probably the better option right now is to Flame
Awesome.
Blade.
Yeah. You could easily step into flank and flame blade.
Yeah. So, gotta mark
And,
the thing.
and as you're looking at, just to be clear, swirling mist sounds, other faces kind of appearing like right next to yours I think everyone has disadvantage for everything they're doing as a result of the mists. But I'm gonna negate that. But just so the players and characters, it is a very disorienting, distressing environment to be in. Like there's a lot of just kind of like flailing and flinching because you're not quite sure what's part of it and what's just a manifestation of the mist. It feels like there are maybe 30 or 40 other creatures just kind of flapping and walking and creeping around in the mist. It's not a pleasant situation.
Yeah.
But I haven't made you make any madness rolls yet.
Right. Which that's going to be coming, I bet.
Maybe. We'll see.
Okay, so let's attack the creature with my flame blade.
And you will have advantage because you are flanking with Wolf SJ.
Yep.
And there is light also.
Yeah.
Yeah. SJ has the light. Or does she? Not anymore.
It's absorbed into her body.
Yep.
So that's a 20.
That will 100% hit.
Okay. 3d6.
That was on a natural 20, correct?
No.
Okay.
Six, 8 damage.
Cool. You slash into its torso. I will say a few scraps of clothing and stuffing catch on fire. Not vigorously because there's this clinging mist, but yeah. And it rears and bellows in multiple throated pain as a result. Well done, Duck.
This thing is standing now.
Yes.
Do I have any idea where the cleric, the spellcaster, is?
No. And you don't really
From
know
my
where this thing is
position.
either because you're 20 feet, however far away from it.
Okay.
So you know the general direction of all that because it's making a lot of noise. And you probably can even see the flash of the flame blade as it comes through. But you have no idea. Now, you could make a perception check.
That would require an action.
No, not necessarily.
No?
I think if you were to investigate, like I'm going to search the ground for tracks or whatever, but picking up on what you can perceive is not always an action.
I'm not going to roll because that would consume my advantage, which I have not used yet.
You sure you don't want to use your advantage?
I mean,
Like to see the human would be at disadvantage, but if you're trying to hear or smell,
I mean, wouldn't that just give me a straight roll then?
hearing and smell are not necessarily as impacted. It's really just it's obscurement.
Okay, I
Just the mist.
guess I'm not familiar with.
I'm treating it as if it's normal mist. The rest of the the weird sounds and stuff is just flavor. So
Okay.
you're at disadvantage to see, but like the reason Harlow was able to immediately pick up on the presence of the human was because they have advantage with scent and hearing based, and was very easily able to hear and smell. Still couldn't see them, but could hear and smell very easily.
Yeah, so I kind of know where the direction
I
is
would
right
say-
now, but I don't know where they are.
Yeah.
Then sure, fine. I'll consume that advantage that I granted myself.
And make a perception on like smell or hearing.
Yeah.
You tell me whether it's smell or hearing.
It would probably be hearing.
Okay.
Thinking back to the raccoon said that there wasn't any like noticeable smell coming off the person,
Other than the
so,
smell of people, which is noticeable.
other than the smell of person. But
Yeah.
like I'd probably just instinctively.
Yes. I mean, smell of human, and you know none of your friends smell like humans exactly. But regardless, so is hearing. So make your roll at advantage.
It would be more difficult to.
You run over and attack someone who's just a poor lonely farmer lost in the mist. You say, "Oh no, I'm so sorry." Shh.
Okay, I rolled a 13.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
That succeeds?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
She is not stealthy.
Okay.
Well, the human out here is not stealthy.
Okay.
It is not that far from you.
Okay.
Probably
Then I
about
would like to-
15 feet.
Cool. Is SJ within 30 feet of me?
No. Hold on.
She moved up to the thing, and I said I moved about 20 feet away.
Yes.
So I am now within the pass without trace range.
Yes.
I would like to bonus action hide.
Okay. Roll it.
So that would be a stealth roll.
Yep.
Plus, Jesus. Okay, I rolled a 5. So plus 10 is the 15.
Yeah.
And I would like to try to circle around to where this person of interest is.
Yep.
Get within like 10 feet so I can just barely make out their form.
Okay.
And catapult.
Okay.
Launch maybe the cage that I'm at the cage with the doll thing in it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It will be a straight roll. You have advantage
it's a
because
save.
I was going to say it's a straight roll because you're attacking from concealment, but you have disadvantage. But it's a save. It is a dexterity save.
Yep.
Cool. As a 2. All right.
For a total of 17 damage.
Oh, good grief.
I rolled a 6, a 4, and a 7.
Okay. That is going to require a concentration check, which fails. So the you guys see the rod flicker out. It go bye-bye. I'm certain that spiritual weapon of concentration. It's not. Never mind. Forget everything I said. I thought it was concentration. How
It
weird.
should be,
Second bonus action.
but I don't think it is.
Let me click into it. I'm not saying no. Don't see concentration. Never mind. So it flickers, but it doesn't go out. Cool. That's good for her.
So like I whip the cage towards her. I'm assuming it's a her.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you all hear the dull ringing of a metal cage impacting something.
Yes. Cool.
Yeah.
And
That's my turn.
Awesome. And you guys are 20 feet away.
I probably would be out of the 30-foot.
Yes, you are now out of the
Range
30-foot range. Okay. She looks in your general direction. And will just, how dare you, you foul fiend. And then we'll incant. And lovely little angels will surround all this space, flitting in and out of the mist. Just little happy little cherubs with little tiny swords manifest and start cavorting in the clouds of mist.
Yep.
Cool. And yeah, I think she'll stay where she is. Juliet, what do you do?
I guess we just keep attacking this big thing since we're here.
I mean, might as well.
How's it looking?
Super disgusting and gross and melty.
Gotcha. Okay.
It is not smart enough to take an action to heal itself or to scrape that stuff off.
It's probably looking better than me.
I mean, you're a wolf now. Oh, did you? No, you didn't switch back. Yeah. It definitely looks more robust than you at this moment. Or duck.
18 to hit.
Yeah, oh, yeah. For sure.
Okay. And then it's 2d4. 3, 4, 2, 9 piercing damage.
Ooh. You are wrecking this thing. It's go. So how much damage does it take from the acid?
8. I
Okay.
rolled max.
And then spores.
Let's see if it fails its con check again. That is a 10. So it fails its con check again.
So 3.
Okay.
Necrotic.
It does not expire. And it is going to evens odds. It's going after Harlow again.
Yay.
But it's not moving. 23.
Yep, that hits.
7 points of damage.
And I'm down.
Yes. Excellent. Harlow, it's your turn. Make a death saving throw. You just want to roll a d20, get 10 or higher.
Okay. 12.
Okay. You can make a mark of 1 successful death saving throw. You just have to get 3 successes before you get 3 failures. If you get 3 failures, you die. And then SJ eats you. And if you are unconscious, SJ probably eats you. Let's face it.
Understandable.
And sometimes if you
Even though I have a spell to like help.
Right. Duck.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
there's one way you can make him live forever is to eat him and make him part of your SJ collective. SJs are the Borg, by the way.
Yeah.
Duck, you are starting your turn in
Mhm.
Spirit Guardians.
Mhm.
Unless you have some way to avoid that.
I'm looking. I don't think so.
I think so. I think some stuff is about to go seriously wrong for Ducky.
Yeah.
Already gone wrong for Harlow.
Yep. So that I need to make a wisdom save.
Yep. Go ahead and make your wisdom save.
Fail.
It's only
Rolled
DC
an
13. Oh, yeah.
8.
You fail. Well, the good news is I rolled 2 1s and a 7, so 9.
Still
Radiant
5 more
damage.
than I have.
Okay. All the little cherubs giggle, and then they like 1,000 of them slowly stab you multiple times. They probably even like maybe lift you in the air as Duck squirms in this cloud of little cherubs, and then they stab you, and you fall limp to the ground. Cool. Lady go. Mm-hmm.
Remember, I did 17 damage to her, so please take her out. Please, SJ. Find her, kill her. Do it.
I was going to say, how far away is she? Because
I mean,
You
yeah,
have no
like,
idea.
Realistically, that shit's gonna
Can they
attack
see
her.
the
in front of her.
orbiting halo of nonsense
I think if
fairies?
she got close enough.
I got an unconscious Harlow with this big thing in front of me.
Okay. You got an unconscious Harlow with this big thing in front of you. This is going to go really poorly for you guys.
yay.
Crashing out of the mist is a middle-aged woman with a mace that is glowing because divine eminence, bonus action. She comes crashing toward you as the only standing person threatening her babies and is going to try to hit you. That is, however, going to be a 9 to hit.
Okay, so it won't make it.
Yes. Be very, very glad. Because it only would have been 4d6 damage. Unless she dropped a higher spell slot, and then it could have been more. It could theoretically have been 5d6 damage. But she misses.
Right. And this is a different person from the spellcaster.
Oh no, this is a human lady
it is.
who comes charging out at you. Leave my babies alone. Tries to whack you with a mace. But does not have a very good to hit. She's 100% should have cast a spell, but she is desperate to save her babies.
Okay, well, I'll grant her request and leave the babies alone.
It is for sure your turn.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna bite her.
You need to take care of that before you start your turn in her radius of stuff.
Okay. All right. Well, nat 20 plus 2, so 22. That's the hit, though. That's not damage.
Yes. It is not at advantage, however. You do not have...
Well.
Yeah, you don't have pack tactics because the only ally that you have is unconscious and bleeding out on the ground. However, your first roll was a 12 plus... What?
4.
So 16 hits.
16.
Yeah,
cool.
16 hits. She needs to make a strength saving throw, which she fails with a 9.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8.
She takes
Piercing
8 damage. Cool. And with a 5, she loses... No, sorry, 7, she loses concentration.
Thank God.
By 1, she loses concentration. So she no longer... all the little cherubs kind of flit around. A couple of them like float in front of your face as you wave, bye-bye, and then go... and then dissipate back into the ether. And she is on the ground. She's an old woman. She's not looking good at all. Cool. The other creature is going to grab her and try to run away.
I'll use my reaction.
Yes. Are you attacking the other creature or are you attacking her?
I think I have to attack him because it's his turn, right? Its turn.
That's true. It's the one that's voluntarily leaving. She's not voluntarily leaving. So, yes, you may attack it.
So the only thing I can use is the spores thing, right?
Well, first of all, it started its turn in your thing, so you can do the spore thing and see if it makes it save. It got a 16, so it made it save. But it's now leaving with her your threatened space, so you may make a reaction attack. No, sorry, never mind. Do you want to use your spores against it, retcon, or do you want to hit it, knowing that hitting it, if you're successful, does a lot more damage than your spores would?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's what was going to be my question, is if that does more damage.
You start to spore it, and you're like, never mind. So you have a free shot at it.
Okay, so it's just like a normal attack roll?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
It's a melee attack roll.
Okay, 16.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Of course. This thing is also easier. It's slightly easier to hit than she is.
Okay. 3, 2, 7.
Cool.
And just to make sure Ducky's acid stuff didn't.
That was concentration, which drops once I drop.
Yeah. So yeah, it fizzles
That's
away.
a weird thing to be concentration.
It's gonna be dragging her off, but you get a very powerful. You sever the area of the trunk where the various different heads are kind of bolted on, and that goes rolling off. You hear a number of the doll faces crack as the porcelain hits the stony ground, and the creature wildly shakes around for a bit and then collapses on the ground.
Oh. Cool.
I mean, it took 60 points of damage, and you guys are 3 level 3s. I'm not trying to murder you all.
Oh, could have fooled me.
Duck.
Give us murder mist.
Duck.
Yes. What?
It's your turn.
It's fine.
It was Harlow's turn.
Yeah, it is Harlow.
Oh, no, you're right. It's Harlow's turn. So let's Harlow. Make your Constitution saving throw. So
Got a
10. Cool, that's another success.
Woo.
Now Duck.
Mm-hmm. That's a 3.
Cool. Make a charisma saving throw for me, please.
Okay. That's a 2.
Okay. Bad things happen when you're dying in the mist.
Oh, good. Bad things are interesting.
Cool. Even worse things happen when you actually die in the mist. So we'll see. That was like the lady is very distraught. My babies. You killed my babies. Why would you do this? She is going to she's going to try to use her rod to attack you because that's an easy thing that she can do.
Is it within range?
She can.
I have to ask.
Yeah. I mean, it was right there next to them.
There's a movement associated.
Yeah.
Got it.
But I think it was right there within melee range of that whole group. So I'm just going to say it can try to smack you. However, that is a 7. Which I know no misses. That's a 2 on the die. So I assume that misses SJ. So that's her bonus action. Yep. So as her standard action, she is... I mean, she's not totally crazy.
The fact that she dealt radiant
She's
damage
just distraught.
meant that she's actually good aligned, which I take issue with.
Yeah. Go ahead, SJ, and give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
5.
Oh, do you want to spend a boon on that?
I'm going to say yes since you asked. Nat 20.
Cool. Then her Sacred Flame doesn't do 2d8 points of damage to you. As this pillar of golden shimmering light comes down on you and you dodge out just in time before it erupts in heavenly fire. Cool. That was her go. Juliet, what do you do? She's still, by the way, she's still prone. She did not stand up.
That means you get advantage.
My babies. And then it's just over there cradling the ruined hulk of this contraption. And then she just looks towards you and casts a hand and says a holy word, and fire from the heavens comes down.
I don't really know how D&D works with this because I don't want to kill her.
As long as it is
I want to question.
As long as it's a melee attack, when you take a creature to 0, you can simply declare that you want to knock him out.
Okay.
It doesn't work with spells, doesn't work with ranged attacks, but as long as you're attacking with melee, you can just say, nope, I just want to knock him out. And they'll be 0 but stable.
Then I'm coming at her to bite her again.
Yeah.
So and I have advantage now.
You have advantage because she's prone.
Okay. Pretty sure 14 hits.
Okay. It does.
I got a 3. Okay, because 14
you bite
4,
a couple of times
17.
and it looks like she feels like she's wearing like a chain shirt underneath. But then you bite a couple of times and your teeth get in the thing, and then you like find a spot on her arm that isn't covered and just clamp down. And how much damage?
I'll tell you. 4, 3, 9.
More than 2. So she is knocked out. You shake her like a rag doll, and she, in the midst of her grief, loses consciousness. So yes, she is now just like laying like in the ruin of this thing. And you have 2 friends who are busy dying.
Yeah, I'm tempted to like grab her like by the like back of the neck, like, and like prance like a wolf would, like it's killed over to the group. But
well, one of them's at your feet and one of them's somewhere off in the mist. Now you do have you do have advantage on smell, so you're probably going to have an easy time finding the goblin.
Okay.
But you're going to need to do some stuff, and there are no spells that you can cast while you are a wolf. So you want to strategize what you want to do next. You do have a move and a bonus action, however,
A move and a bonus action. Okay.
because all you did was take an attack.
So it costs an action to be out of wild shape?
No.
Okay,
I don't think so. I don't know.
I'll probably get out of wild shape so I can cast. I'm tempted to like just be like, oh no, I'm gonna find Ducky first because Harlow's a jerk and didn't heal me last time.
It's true. And you know that finding, well, I would say, SJ being very close to nature realizes that finding Ducky is going to be more difficult if you don't have advantage on spell.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
bonus
Okay.
action.
So I'll go find Ducky while I'm still a wolf. Undo wild shape and cast my second level cure wounds. Does that work? I'm not really sure how healing works in D&D, if that like
Any single point, so like there's no negative hit points. So if you restore even a single point, Ducky will be at 1 hit point. So reverting to normal
okay.
form is a bonus action.
Okay.
So I would, however, like you to make a perception check with advantage.
Perception.
And you're going to use the wolf's perception
Okay, that's a
stat, which is a
tweet.
+3. So
Oh, so not a 22. Then that would be
Doesn't she keep her physical or her mental stuff, which perception is? But she just gets advantage on it.
it's smelly nose stuff. It doesn't matter. You still make it.
Okay.
Easy enough.
Sorry.
Easy enough.
yeah, it would just be a 20 instead of a 22.
Yeah. Still more than enough. So you are able to nose around and you find Ducky. At which point you can use it does take a bonus action to de-wild shape. So
But
action
you
to
can't heal
attack,
me yet.
sniffy, bonus action de-wild shape, and you're ready to cast a
I don't
spell.
like that we're still in combat turns.
Well, it's because people are in death saves.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
If I roll a 1, I'm out.
If you roll a 1, all kinds of beautiful things happen. We have so many boons, dude.
But you see,
I think we have one.
why would I use a boon
Major.
when there's the potential for so many beautiful chaotic things?
You don't.
Well, I also have certain spells that like
Can't bring
what
me
is it?
back to
Gentle
that.
repose.
Yeah, which is great if you have raised data or something that you don't. Harlow.
Well, I mean, I would take him somewhere. Yeah.
Yes. Let's see if I can get my final success. 18. That's a success.
You do. Awesome. You are stable.
Yay. Does that mean I get 1 point?
No,
Or just
you're
stay
at 0, but
Okay.
you're no longer dying.
Awesome.
Duck.
Constitution save. Go. 19.
All right.
one
That's a success.
Cool.
Juliet. What do you do?
I'll just use my first level cure wounds then,
Sure.
since that'll just bring him back.
Sure. Roll it up.
I don't know if that's a 6 or a 9. 9.
Cool.
Thank you.
It was a 6, but +3.
Duck.
I'm at half health now.
Beautiful. Duck. You awaken.
Yes.
A giant doll is looming over you. In the mist, you can see fine wires animating its arms. It has an articulated jaw, and it's looking at you very intently.
Are you okay, Miss?
Uh,
What do you do?
do I see any allies around, or do I just see this doll?
You wake up and you see a doll, but like a medium-sized doll.
Okay. Like a larger than me.
Yeah, like a marionette
Mm-hmm.
with a frozen smile on its face, its eyes rolling in its head.
Cool. I think I would instinctually cast Thunderwave to try to push it away from me.
Yes.
So whoever this doll is needs to do a 13 con save.
That might be a good time for a boon. If you roll poorly.
15.
Okay, cool. So you
So,
take half damage and you are not pushed away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So half damage. So that's I rolled 6, so you take 3.
Cool. Does that
And that's my
does that knock
last
Juliet
roll.
out? That'd be perfect.
No, I'm Good.
Okay.
She's,
The
and I bonus action disengage and crawl
you
15 feet.
Yeah, you start to.
Yeah.
The thunder wave, however, blasts the doll to pieces, and its place is Juliet just holding her ears, like ringing. Like, why did you do that?
I thought you were a doll.
That Archer
You
thing that my
You looked like a doll that the mists must be. I don't know.
Yes.
We need to get out of here.
You have one level of madness now.
Ooh, good.
I left Harlow back
The
there.
effects are cumulative. There are ways to fix it, but they're not easy. Good news is your first level of madness is very temporary.
Okay.
So, yes, you can now, and Harlow is stable, unbeknownst to you. So you do a slow walk back. Hum-de-dum, I wonder what we should do. And maybe check up on Harlow and do you cast a spell? Or
Me or Harlow?
Harlow's unconscious.
Oh, he is unconscious. Okay.
Yeah, Harlow's laying there.
Yeah, I'll do another first level cure wounds.
Okay.
Another 9.
Cool. Harlow, you're back up with 9.
Sweet, thank you.
And you guys with all your spells.
And I prepare myself for him to like thunder wave me or something like.
No. Harlow's fine.
Okay, good.
I'm just like, thank you.
Okay, good. You see me. Ducky Singh saw me as a doll when I woke him up, so we should probably get out of here.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, there is a woman,
Unconscious. Yeah.
unconscious but stable, in the wreckage of this hastily assembled construct. There
Sounds like
is
food.
right. There is
Purposely didn't kill her.
there is faint shimmering. So, sort of leaking out of the cracks in the masks is this faint shimmering kind of bluish fluid that steams away into the mist and seems to be almost like the mist is reaching in to the little cracks and almost like pulling it out. But even in Ducky's beat up, half unconscious, half mad state, it looks very similar to the fluid that you saw in the residue that you saw in the drawer. Only this is quite fluid.
Still have that rope, Harlow?
I do, yes.
Yeah, let's go ahead and tie her up. And
Cool. You tie her up. What do you do?
well, I'm late for my date.
Not really. That took just a few minutes.
Yeah, but we spent quite a bit of time in that orphanage because it was like 10 minutes and 15
Yeah, but
minutes.
still, you have time to go make your date if you want.
Yeah. Well, I mean, got to take her to the constable.
Are we able to carry her as we currently are?
I
Yeah.
can.
Okay.
She's
Can I-
she's a slight little old lady.
Can I attempt to collect some of this blue shimmer liquid stuff somehow?
You go ahead and make an Arcana check.
14.
Yeah, you can. I'm sure you have various different implements and stuff on you. It's difficult because it tries to sublimate into the atmosphere, but you're able to grab a little bit of it into a vial and put a stopper on it. So it's just a small sample.
Oh, good. Good.
So what do you do?
Carry her towards the town.
I find my cage.
Sure.
I loved that cage.
It's real
already
banged
bent
up because you
open,
used it to
yeah.
do massive damage to her, and it took as much damage as she did. So
course,
it's
yeah.
super mangled and gross.
And there's still like the ragdoll thing inside of it.
Well, it's
even
a
more beat up.
pile of goop because you disintegrated it basically with
Yeah.
caustic brew.
Okay.
There's not a lot of evidence left, except for this weird contraption.
And whatever limbs we left in Ducky's basement.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we should carry this with us
Easy enough. Where are you going?
to the constable.
Got
Oh,
a date.
okay. So you're going to the Happy Hearth.
Yes.
Cool. So you open the door to the Happy Hearth. It is it's not a raucous scene, but there's a number of folks. As usual, more than half the clientele are people who live and work here. But there's a number of folks from around town and a few visitors who are just kind of sitting around in small groups or solo at tables. There's a little bit of music. And you come in carrying
It's over my shoulder, tied up old lady.
super beat up old lady.
We're all dirty and beat up. Yeah.
Yeah. And Jadu was like pretending not to watch the front door. And as soon as he sees you come in, he goes, "Oh, hey." And he goes, "Oh."
Caught her. She attacked us first, for the record.
Is she wearing a blue dress?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a blue robe over her chain shirt.
Yeah.
Is that the prioress? What are you guys doing?
Yeah. I know, I didn't expect it either, but this too, this is hers. And I pull in the mass of.
Well, I don't think you're carrying the entire thing.
Right.
You said that like.
I was thinking the
as Jay
cage.
bisected the head.
Oh yeah, sure. You're dragging. Yeah.
I would have tried to drag part of it.
Yeah.
Which is
Gross.
That's the smallest part.
That's creepy.
It's hers. She kept calling it her babies. It attacked us.
Ew.
Well,
Perfect
she runs the
conversation.
orphanage. It's got like weird orphan spirits in it, apparently, or
Mhm.
she's making him look like them. I don't know.
You're a
Ugh.
constable. Would you like our reports now or in the morning?
Tell you what. I will grant you two fine gentlemen a temporary deputation so that you can write up your reports and take the prioress into custody because I have even though the threat is theoretically past, we don't know if she might have been in league with some others here in town, and I need to absolutely make sure that Juliet here is safe, at least until the sun comes up and we can assure.
These two got knocked out. I had to do it all myself.
Absolutely.
I-
The mists are quite thick tonight too.
Two of the thingies went out.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, well, we'll have to make sure that we'll have to get that taken care of.
I always wanted to try to repair one of those.
Oh, that'd be super helpful, actually.
Yep, good time, and I shove her into Harlow's arms.
Okay. Well, I think as long as we stay around this part of town, the mists can actually be quite romantic, as long as you don't get lost in them. And maybe if we get lost, don't worry, I'll protect you. You can hold on to my arm. He's a little freaked out. He's mostly super focused on going for a walk, a romantic stroll down by the river with Juliet.
But food first, right?
Oh yeah, sure.
Before they go do that, I'd start poking him. Do I get a badge? Do I get a badge?
No. Tomorrow, come by, and I'll make sure that or I'll ask if we can issue you a badge. But it's a temporary deputation. It's like until the morning.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Good. Yeah. We'll take her into custody right now.
Awesome. Good. Thanks, guys. Good job. Good work.
Thank you.
It was a little mediocre.
I'm trying to talk him up a little bit, but yeah, I'm sure you're definitely the one who did it all. Awesome. What can I get you? What do you want?
Oh, like I said, I'm not picky.
All right. So
Have whatever you're having.
we'll go ahead and say, Flory, 2 specials, and we'll bring over a nice thick stew, some braised vegetables, nice hearty bread, some ale. And you have a lovely conversation with this guy who was super dull, by the way. But
Only to me.
but he is just fascinated by you. So you have a lovely conversation, eat your dinner, go for a moonlight stroll down by the river. Do you eat him or do anything else untoward?
No, I mean, he's helping me, so
Cool.
as long as he doesn't do anything, you know.
He will almost certainly, when he walks you back to the happy hearth, he will almost certainly try to give you a kiss, but in a very sweet way.
I probably don't know what a kiss is, and it's like,
He's trying to eat you.
what is that?
No, he will ask, and you will say,
Yeah.
"What is it?" And it's like, it's something that people do to each other, like each other.
It's almost eating.
And if he says,
You're not.
I do have to ask him, like, are we friends now?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, I gotta tell you about these sandwiches.
Okay. So he stands awkwardly, shifting from foot to foot as you tell him a 10-minute story about sandwiches. And he's like, "What about that kiss, though?"
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. So there's a very sweet, awkward, slightly sweaty kiss, more like a little peck.
Strange.
And then he kind of like, "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow." And then he like runs off into the mist, super excited. What did you two do with the prioress?
He took her to the constabulary.
Threw her
Okay.
over my shoulder and started dragging her over.
Okay. So you actually do turn her in.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
As well, and in a cell adjacent, but like I don't know if there's multiple cells, but like
Well, they're going to take her to the infirmary because she's almost dead. And she's an old woman who does good for the town. And you get a lot of very, like, intense looks as you drag the prioress from the orphanage in, beaten
And a
almost to
monster.
death.
and a monster.
And some very creepy woodwork.
Good thing I didn't kill the constable that likes me.
I mean, it doesn't look great, but it's not like they attack you and whatever. But imagine you walk in with a pillar of the community, you drag a pillar of the community in, almost dead, and then tell them a story about whatever. But it's fine. There was already a report filed, so it maybe takes a little bit longer as they check out your story, but they decide to keep her in the infirmary.
She is dangerous. Maybe treat her wounds in the cell.
No, we're treating. She's like 80 years old.
As a temporary deputy, that it's my
That's
official
not.
recommendation.
That's not a. Yeah, thank you, but no, we're gonna. It'll be fine.
But
The other one told me I could have a badge.
Yeah, you don't get a badge, dude.
but this doesn't make sense.
This is Constable Emmy, who doesn't brook any nonsense from anyone.
Right. Good.
She's like
Neither
super
do I.
efficient. So she's like, yeah, no. I mean, thank you for your service to the village.
There's no way I can try to persuade her mechanically, or are you saying narratively there's zero chance?
I will say that you have sufficiently conveyed that she needs to be cautious. But she's not going to. There's not really an effective way to see to the prioress's wounds in the cell.
Okay.
They have a secure infirmary, and then like the doors lock and stuff like that. But she's not. She's like, if she can get out of that, she can get out of the cell, and she's beat almost to death. It's really mostly to make sure that she doesn't go back into losing hit points and die. It's not like they're going to call in a healer.
Good.
So
She is. I would also like
I
to.
heard
file,
you. I just got it handled. Thank you. This is
I would
police
like to
business,
file
sir.
an injunction against her for damage of personal property, and I hold up the cage.
How did she damage it?
She impacted it at high force.
So you hit her with it. But meanwhile, she has like cage marks on her face, like deep indents of an obvious cage that smacked her. So you beat her with a cage, and you went to, you know what? It's fine. Whatever. Feel free.
All right, trying to play into this madness just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're no longer any madder than you were.
Oh, really?
No, yeah. It's transient with one level.
Okay.
Mechanically, you gain a level of madness, you go mad temporarily, and you feel weird a little bit for flavor. It does make you more susceptible to the second level,
Gotcha.
and then
Okay.
things get worse from there.
Never mind.
Yes, I just thought you were just being ducky. I was just fine too.
A
I'm
little,
good. Yeah, good.
bit, but
Yeah.
I was like playing up the neuroticism just a
Yeah.
little extra.
Which is totally fine. But anyway, she's like, yeah, we've got it. Thank you very much for your service.
Mhm.
But I have an old lady who everyone in town loves who's nearly beaten to death. So I think we're going to take care of this first.
Right. Okay. Even though she used necromantic constructs to bring children to steal things, and never mind. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I just know the procedure, which is to not let
Mystery
someone that everyone in town loves die in our custody.
Oh, she won't die. She's stable.
Well, Emmy doesn't know that. She's not a doctor. She's doing what she's supposed to do. Cool.
I at least put a trap next to the bed that she's going to be in. Just in case.
A trap?
Like a bear trap.
You're gonna trap one of the nurses.
Yeah,
and
no.
You're going to dig a deep pit and cover it with palm leaves.
Yeah, Emmy's like, no, you can't put a trap in the infirmary. No. You guys have been out in the mist. I'm just saying. You need to go sleep it off, whatever this was. You're lucky I'm not hauling you in under suspicion of beating up one of everyone's favorite old ladies. But that stuff is creepy. So we're going to investigate and figure out what's going on. Don't leave town, though. Because if when she wakes up, she's like, these people set upon me in the mist and beat the crap out of me. And no, I've never seen that thing before. We're going to have an investigation.
I'm sure she is going to say that.
I welcome an investigation. We have multiple alibis.
That's what a guilty person would say, right? You know that.
No, I mean, we've talked to many people.
Okay.
Over the past couple of days.
Sure. Can I take her back to the infirmary now?
Yes.
By which I mean,
yeah.
Can you leave?
Keep watch on her too.
Yes, of course. I mean, it's like, why are you goblin-splaining this to me?
I mean, you don't seem to realize the depth of this problem.
Old woman almost beaten to death. There's a procedure.
Spellcaster.
Sure. I get it. It's totally fine. There's an order of operations. Make sure she doesn't die.
But we've talked this long. She hasn't died yet. So.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
She waits and watches you and says something else until you leave. So there's probably like an extra like 15 seconds where I'll just stand there. And eventually you leave.
And like as we leave, like after the door closes, I say to Harlow, well, I mean, it wasn't my decision to keep her alive.
I mean,
not my fault.
It would have been much better if you had killed the prioress.
Killed her and just left her in the street.
Yeah, everything would have been totally fine if that had happened.
She took down a vile monster before succumbing to her wounds.
It's possible.
There's a reason why Ducky is proficient in deception and not persuasion.
Got it. So.
You could have told me to eat her.
I did.
It's true. So I assume
when you were awake.
I assume you guys. Where do you go after you leave the constabulary?
I go back home.
So you go home. Harlow, do you go back home? Slash the Happy Hearth.
I'm probably gonna go back home.
Cool. So do you go back? Do you go up to your bed, or do you wait up for Juliet?
Well, I guess I do need some healing potions. I think I'm probably gonna cure myself a little bit before I go to bed.
Yeah. Cool. You do that, but you know that if you get a full night's rest, you'll be fine.
Oh yeah.
But it makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
You probably don't
Yeah.
want to sit around almost dead, so you got small slots. So you cure yourself up. And are you waiting up or are you going to bed?
No, I'll go to bed.
Okay. So Juliet, after the kiss, you come back in and none of your friends are there to be seen. Flory will say, "Oh, well, Harlow was just in here a while ago and he went up to bed, so."
Okay, good. I assume things went well then.
Don't know. So do you go up to bed?
Yep.
All right. Cut to morning. Everyone has had a long rest. Nothing untoward that you're aware of happens.
Good.
So I assume someone is going to go by the constabulary.
First thing in the morning,
Yes.
just like we agreed.
Well, after breakfast.
Of course, after breakfast. Constable Emmy is there. A little worse for wear. She probably got some sleep, but is up early. She is a senior constable, so she is taking jurisdiction over the case. You come in and she's like, all right. Leads you back into an interrogation room, and will tell you that the prioress has awakened and has confessed. She had a story to tell about how she had long lamented the loss of any child who had made their way through the orphanage, and felt the loss of multiple kids getting sucked into Fairy very, very keenly, and had like very strong words with Port the Reeve about like how uncool it is to just blow off the fact that children were abducted into Fairy, and was not remotely satisfied with his nonchalance about it. And then a peddler came in town. One of the first groups from Verret to come in. And it's almost like they could sense her distraught situation. And after a couple of lengthy conversations, the peddler promised that he could provide her with a substance that would enable her to bring the children back. She wanted that more than anything. Now, in fairness to the peddler, he did warn her that it would be complicated. But if she was successful, she could bring back all the children who've been lost in town. So she made a bargain and set about doing just that. And was quite successful. If you consider creating weird living mannequins, maybe that have pieces of children's souls in them, who knows? But she leveraged some sort of strange magical substance from the manufactory in Stengrove to bring at least the semblance of life to these dolls. And was slightly disturbed when she learned that they were making more of themselves. But she saw them as her children come back. And she was driven to protect them. And then when you all intervened and murdered all of her children, she lost it a little bit. So she gathered up the bits and pieces and used the last of this substance to try to bring them back. And they did come back, but wrong and horrific. But they still obeyed her, and she was able to see through their mangled, horrific, nightmarish form, believing that the children were in there somewhere. She was, in fact, planning on leaving town with them, perhaps to cross the border to Verret and track down this peddler or someone else with greater knowledge to bring them back completely. But then you guys showed up. So she tried to kill you in revenge for what you had done to her children.
Who tried to kill us?
Well,
they tried to protect themselves. Yes.
Oh, they stabbed me.
Well, yeah, you were in their house. But anyway, it's fine. I'm not
They
taking.
came in our house first.
Emmy's like, I'm not taking the side of the weird, creepy dolls. Trust me. I'm just saying, this is how I'm reporting it.
Good.
You guys were, being all nosy and stuff, but it turned out okay. You clearly did a service to town, and things could have gotten real weird without it. So, good.
Also, we believe that she and this monstrosity were responsible for the destruction of 2 of those. The character knows the name for it, but the player doesn't remember. Luxifers. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and I heard from Jono that you wanted to learn how to fix one.
Yeah.
That's easy enough. You can certainly watch. It's good. The more people in town who know how to, fix them, the better.
Excellent.
I mean, we're not technically allowed to. I mean, the big ones, no one really understands those, except for that nerdy dude from that weird society that's supposed to be a secret. But you can certainly have a look at these.
Excellent.
Cool. Yeah. Just don't get the scabs on you.
Right. Of course.
The residue on the inside. It'll make you real loopy, and then you get.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not good to get in contact with. So if it's broken, just don't. This is part of the training they got. Is if you ever come across one that's broken, don't ever touch it because it has this crystallized stuff on it.
Gotcha.
And if you get it on your skin or if you eat it, you start seeing stuff. It's like, oh, cool, man, all the colors. And then
it does it look like this? And I pull out the little piece of residue.
Not. She's like, oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Okay. Just
it's kind of like a white, kind of crystally powder stuff.
As an artificer, would I be familiar with this type of substance?
Make an Arcana check to see how familiar you are with the with etheric engines.
8.
Yeah, no.
Nah.
You have no idea.
Not really into that.
No, but you can learn. And yes, you do. You will be permitted to observe and learn how they are repaired. One of the glass spheres actually was cracked and will need to be replaced. The other one, it was just the crack was the exterior glass housing, and the sizzling was pulling it out and disconnecting the wires. That one's intact, and you can see it's actually pretty simple.
Cool. Okay.
I mean, you couldn't make one, but you could certainly repair one that wasn't too badly damaged.
Mm-hmm.
So cool. You learned a new skill.
Yeah. Excellent.
So, there is no parade. There's no public acclaim. Go ahead.
I do seek out Pickles and say, hey, thank you for your work. We figured it out. We no longer need your services. I give him another copper.
Okay. I was about to say. Cool. Thanks. Anytime.
And we should probably let Chev know.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. We also let Chev know.
Yeah, you can go track Chev down at the butcher shop and tell this fantastical story, and he's just like, cool. All right, that's done.
Yep.
But my trap worked, right? That's the important thing.
No more meat thieves.
Yeah, well, I think I'm going to keep it up, though, in case someone else wants to come in. You never know. I mean, if we have, people coming in and making weird doll creatures and stuff like that, might have to make some more traps. So if you ever want to come over and help me make more traps.
I just might.
I can pay you in sandwiches.
You have a deal.
Awesome. And you can test them. You're real good at testing traps.
I am good at testing traps.
Yeah, let's make a fire trap next time.
Excellent. I have to do some research, though.
Okay. Cool. So yes, you let Chev know that he doesn't have to worry about people breaking in, although he's still going to worry about people breaking in because he is highly territorial and somewhat paranoid. But Mom thanks you for it. As long as you're willing to well, to indulge his paranoia, you'll be able to help him build traps and get sandwiches. And they're very good sandwiches.
I have another outlet for my hobby, so
Yes.
good for me.
Juliet has a boyfriend now. Juliet does not know this, but Janu and all of Janu's friends know this.
Do SJs eat their mates?
SJs don't really mate.
Yeah, because it's like the pods thing, right?
They reproduce by parthenogenesis. But they do incorporate the genetic and etheric material of all of the things that they eat. Or like even just like bite on. And can modify the form of the next generation on that basis. So there's all kinds of potentially weird stuff that might happen here. But you are informed that you have a boyfriend. You probably don't know what that means.
Yeah, he's a boy. He's my friend. I told him about the sandwiches already.
Cool. Yeah, you're
Just
totally
like I
fine with
promised.
it. Yes. He is completely smitten. So that's nice. And SJ doesn't kill Harlow and eat him. So it's a win-win for everybody. You are called in to report to Gerta and Phryne, who are, I mean, they're slightly horrified by the nature of the mystery, and they're mostly concerned that the details about the involvement of someone from Verret, although it seems like it was probably more or less innocent, at least from the prioress's point of view. Like it doesn't seem like she was tricked or anything like that, but it does raise two concerns. One is if it gets out that doing business with people from Verret is dangerous, that is problematic for the growing trade between the nations. Likewise, it's a little concerning that the trading with people from Verret can cause situations like this. So they are going to be very interested in having some agents on call who have connections in town, who have maybe started to build a little reputation for themselves, and who might be able to keep their ear to the ground and also be available when called upon to investigate any future odd occurrences. They are very persuasive and don't take no for an answer.
Maybe occasionally when my workload isn't too heavy.
Of course. We would never want to impose upon your very important work, pushing pieces of paper around.
Of course.
Yes. But there is, in fact, a fund set up by Port Blazebarth and Ghost to help to encourage the people of Dorian to be more self-sufficient. Specifically, they constantly complain about how they're the only people in town who have any kind of skills, and why can't people stand up for themselves? And, well, why didn't they take care of the mystery? Why do we have to take care of everything? So they were convinced by the council to set aside some of their wealth to reward people who stand up for the town on their own without calling for the assistance of the local heroes. So you each get 50 gold, which is no small matter, especially in a small village. And a few people about town kind of go, oh, cool, you guys did some cool stuff. Other people are like, you beat up an old lady. That's awful. But all in all, you didn't die. And you made a little bit of gold. Congratulations. Your adventure is at a conclusion.
Yay.
Yay.
Yes. So, well done. You eventually got there. And you stopped a potential threat, which was just a well-meaning little old lady.
Yeah.
Killed me.
Yeah, who almost killed all of you. But that's fine. That's expect more of that to happen in Dorian, because weird stuff is flowing into town every single day. And there's nothing you can do about it except make it worse. Yay. Cool.
Yay. I mean,
Right. So, hey, we should do the thing where we let people know who you are and where they can find you next. Let's start with Duck this time. Go the opposite direction.
Hey, I'm Duck. duckwork all over the internet, running D&D in a custom folklore-inspired setting on my channel every Wednesday night. Being a goblin was fun. Don't often get to play D&D, so this was a fun experience. Although I kind of wanted a bit more madness to for the character, but oh well. Maybe
I mean, you
next
can be
time.
as mad as you want to be. It's just that it's not a good thing at all. It's intentionally meant to not be fun. Usually
Bad
results
for the
in
characters.
results in you murdering your friends
Okay.
or running off into the woods, never to be seen again. It's no joke.
Fun. But yeah. Follow my Instagram
Yes.
for food pics, because that's my hobby.
Cool. Raboya, you're next.
Hi, I'm Roboyo. I don't stream. You can usually find me in Liss's chat or Justice's chat or here in this chat or a couple of other people, but mainly those. I may be coming back for another campaign thing if we end up getting it going, but we'll see.
Which one is that? Remind me.
It was some like space thing.
Are you in
Like-
Space Scrappers?
No, it was like
Stargate.
Alien?
I want to or something like that.
Which one?
I gotta look up the list, but it was like something like Duck Dodgers and the planet of the sun.
Oh, yes. It's not on the calendar yet, but Captain Saturn.
Yeah,
And the
Captain Saturn.
and the Pleasure Planet. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that
would
way
be fun.
that was not quite full. But you are welcome to join any. And particularly if you wanted to come back for Stargate, we actually have spots for that. No pressure.
Please do, because it's been scheduling for the past 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I'll see what it
No pressure. Think about
Yeah.
it. Cool. Awesome. Yo, SJ.
I'm SJ. This is Nyx. Don't stream, but you can usually find me here as a player, very occasionally as the narrator person. I have an Instagram and Twitter. I don't really post too much on them though. So, yeah. Sorry.
No worries. Cool. And I am Zero or Zero Daylight or Michael or DM or GM or Keeper or Goblin King or whatever the system requires me to be. I mostly run games here a couple times a week. And eventually, when like there's no holidays and people aren't at PAX East and things like that, you can also catch me over Sunday afternoon/evenings at the Juices TV program and Listen to channel, where we do stuff kind of like this. Our main shtick is not D&D, it's mostly other games. Like the Powered by the Apocalypse games and the some Year Zero engine games, the on bikes, the kids on bikes or brooms. Like there's a bunch of different things that we have either done or are planning to do. Mostly smaller, less well-known systems that tend to be a little bit lighter in the rules, a little bit more narrative in nature. Some of them, like Spectrum Squad, don't even use dice. So cool stuff. Check us out here a couple times a week. If you're watching and you're not currently following, go ahead and follow us so you can get a notification when we go live. Go ahead over to cpluscontent.tv, which is our YouTube channel, to check out all the stuff that we do and have done. Everything we do broadcast live here shows up over there about 24 hours later. So hit that subscribe button, hit the alert bell there to be notified when new content is available. It is helpfully organized by kind of like theme. So if you like spooky stuff, there's a spooky playlist. If you like sci-fi stuff, there's a sci-fi playlist. If you like fantasy stuff like this, there's a fantasy playlist. So hopefully it makes it easier for you to find the kind of content that you like. And there's a lot of it. And more coming every week. So yeah. And if you are curious about things like Raboya and I were talking about, like, well, what's coming up next and what's on the calendar? I can't remember. There's on our Discord channel, which is community.cpluscontent.tv. There are lots of conversation about what's happening, and there's like a spreadsheet. and like little calendar stuff. So if you're curious about what we do, or if you have ideas about fun games that we've never heard of that we should play, that is a great place to go over and share and talk to people who are wonderfully pleasant and nerdy like these folks. So yeah, I think we should probably with that go and say hi to someone. It looks like the juice is not on yet, which I was.
He's not streaming today.
Oh, he's not streaming today, so he's not going to be on.
Went to a Timberwolves game.
Oh, sports ball. That's super important. Hey, let's go hang out with someone who I know from Twitter, who I don't think we've ever raided. This is GM Hina. She is a dungeon mistress, and it looks like she is running probably, I think, another bespoke, or she may be ending. We'll see. Talk about yourself, and we'll see if she's ending.
How long should we go?
She's only been up for an hour and 30 minutes.
Oh.
But we're the ones that go for a long time.
Okay.
Well, whatever. Even if she's only on for 5 more minutes, it'll be fun to go hang out with her very briefly and introduce you guys to her. She's very fun and cool. So, is it underscore? No.
Yeah.
Cool.
I normally prefer playing like dumb characters because it takes less work. But
Yeah, but you
Sure you do.
honestly, yeah.
yeah. Well. The good news is, your Ducky is now insane, so you can be as dumb smart as you want to be. Also, goblin. So there's no accounting for taste. Awesome. Cool. Well, thanks everyone for joining. Thanks for Boyo. This was your first time with us. I thought it went really, really well. Thanks thanks to 2 of you for embracing a new system that you're less familiar with. Thanks, Duck, for agreeing to be a player and submit yourself to my insanity. And we'll do this all again very, very soon. Thanks, everybody. See ya.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.